Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners special meeting. This is a work session to review the ACE vision process on Friday, October 16th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, Vice Chair. Also in the room with me is Commissioner Patty Clapper, County Manager John Peacock, our wonderful IT staff, Andrew Shoemaker and Terry Anderson. And commissioners joining from home are Greg Poshman, George Newman, and our chair, Steve Child, who I will turn the meeting over to run.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Good morning, everybody. We have a long agenda here, and John Peacock, I think I'll hand it over to you because we have our two experts here to talk about issues, and I'm not sure where they fit on the agenda. I think we're going to shuffle the agenda. So let me hand it over to you.
You bet. Thanks, Steve. And I am going to share my screen here. Give me just a second. Are you able to see that?
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay.
Steve.
That shows just the one page we need to see there, I think.
Okay, perfect. So today, Steve, as you indicated, we do have a pretty full agenda. I wanted to outline the remaining decision points for the board, which are the common ground recommendations of going to full ADG Airport Design Group 3, so long as leaving the runway where it is, the non-airline reserved parking ramp space, and the proposed airport layout plan, which of course would be affected by all of the decisions on all of the three previous bullet points. It is not our expectation that you'll necessarily get to decision points on all of these today. What we did was we set up time to review additional information based on questions that we've been hearing from the board. So, Steve, as you indicated, we're going to have some speakers with us today. Both from Kimley Horn, who is the firm that was selected through a competitive bid process to be our program manager for the airport project, and who has been providing technical support throughout the visioning process. And then later on in the presentation, we will have attorneys from Holland and Knight join us to answer other questions. They were not able to join us until noon. And in a moment here, we'll do introductions of our guests from Kimley Horn. In terms of background information to help inform the decisions that you still have in front of you, we're going to spend a little bit of time on the matrices that specifically the technical working group, but also the vision committee looked at in terms of aircraft noise and emissions. We'll look at, there were a lot of questions about the differences between the two scenarios of leaving the runway where it is versus moving the runway. We're prepared to discuss, there's a matrix of what those differences are, as well as there are questions about West Side Taxiway, level of development, those sorts of things that we'll be prepared to talk about today. We'll talk a little bit about modification to standards. We'll revisit the history a little bit of our current modification that really affects the separation question, as well as talking about from a design perspective, why separation is a priority from a safety standpoint. And then we will have our representatives from our legal firm joining us who we'll be able to answer some additional questions. The primary reason our representatives from our legal firm are joining us, though, is really to talk about the questions around privatization that have come up through the community and that the board has asked to be addressed. And then hopefully after all of this, we'll have time to talk about our next steps going forward and how the board wants to approach the next set of meetings. I will note that no breaks are built in here, but I think they will be needed. And so we'll try and find a couple of opportunities, both to let you get up and stretch your legs and get a little bit of a brain break as we're working through all of this information. So that's our plan for today. And with that, I would like to start off by introducing Mike Herman from Kimley Horn and Bob Jones, also from Kimley Horn. Mike and Bob have worked throughout the vision process with the various committees, providing technical support as well as providing overall program management throughout the process. And Mike and Bob, if I could just ask you both to take a moment and introduce yourselves and give the board a little bit of your background, that would be great.
All right. Since I think I talk first, maybe I'll start first. I'm Mike Herman. Again, been working with you in the county since I guess it's been getting close to 2 years at this point in time on the ASE program. I think all of you recognize me. I was at certainly many meetings last year. I spent most of my year last year in Aspen. I've been a civil engineer for 35 years at this point, working on major civil engineering programs, aviation. I've also done transit, so I've done both of those. Became involved in this project again almost 2 years ago. I was, for the team, sort of the one herding all the cats, getting all the experts in place, etc. And my role on this particularly was working with John with the technical working group, where the questions of noise and emissions were studied at length. Once it became very clear that those were key decision points in terms of the values for the county and coming up with consistent ways to measure that.
Excellent. And Bob, can I get you just to do a quick introduction, then Mike will shift back to you and get into your materials.
Yeah, of course, John, thank you. Yeah, Bob Jones. I've been on the program also for a couple years since we started. My background is more aviation design. So I've been on the technical side, assisting the staff and committees with design issues, cost estimates, phasing, all of those things related to the airfield. I've been in the aviation industry about 35 years. I'm a private pilot, so I have some of that experience of being a user also. And yeah, I'm working out of our Snowmass office right now, so in the area.
Excellent, thanks, Bob. So, Mike, I think we will move forward to the slides and these are slides that were presented to the technical working group. And actually, what was the best part of this, I think, was that the only thing you had to change on the date was the year. This information was presented exactly 1 year ago to the technical working group. Is that right?
That is when I opened up after talking to you to John and Rich. I opened up that presentation. It's going to be exactly 1 year later, so it was interesting.
That's a good sign or a bad sign?
It's just a sign.
All right.
So, yeah, go ahead, John. Sorry.
Yeah, just let me know when you want me to switch slides.
Yeah. So. I'll briefly go through kind of our methodology and what the data that I know you've all looked at. It's been out there now for quite some time, and then maybe entertain questions primarily. So if we can go to the next slide. We'll take on noise first and then emissions, and then we can again, questions about any of them at any time, that's great. Again, noise and emissions are kind of hard because how you measure them and how you evaluate them sort of depends. Noise particularly is difficult. It is intensity, but a low noise for a long duration has a very significant impact on people. A very high noise for a very short time has a very significant impact on people. How it travels, particularly in the mountainous territory of your county, is another unique element to it. And trying to come up with quantifying noise is one of the areas that we had a lot of challenge in terms of coming up with numbers and measurements that could be meaningful to folks. For the valley, the important parts are typically the arrival, which is actually very important because there's a fair amount of noise with that. It's a different kind of noise. It's longer noise. Right on the runway, so the people in the ABC and close by particularly see that. And then the departure noise, which is probably one of the big issues, particularly as you go down valley towards into Woody Creek, is one of the big issues there. And again, what's the intensity, the duration, and then how does that all play relative to the valley? So if we go to the next slide. So both the FAA and ICAO, so the International Civil Aviation Organization is what that stands for. It's an organization that's essentially organized through the UN. They have for a long time looked at noise as an issue and tried to come up with meaningful ways to measure it and regulate it, to be honest with you. And so when we looked to get data for the Aspen Airport, it was very important for us to have consistency, and you can get that both with FAA and ICAO data. We chose to use ICAO data, primarily because there's a lot more of it, and it has much more current noise information on planes that are going through certification, how newer planes were behaving, and the planes that when we started this process were not yet even flying in the U.S. The only way we were going to get information on those was to go to ICAO. So to be consistent, we chose to use all ICAO measurements for all planes because, again, they're consistently measured. Their approach noise value is measured at the same place, and this diagram shows you what that is. The lateral reference is essentially that takeoff noise level running down the runway at the distance of 450 meters. And then the flyover, which is the departure reference point, is measured a consistent place from the end of the runway. So that when we have the list, which is the next slide, those are meaningful comparisons plane to plane to plane. So this is the spreadsheet we prepared, and again, it's been out there for quite some time. I know you've all seen it probably many times. We tried to put this in terms of comparing it to where you are today. So noise is the green columns to the right, and there's both the lateral, the approach, and then the level flyover. All of that is on the right-hand side. You'll notice those are different. We ordered these by averaging those three columns. So the lowest noise level averaged across those three is at the top. The loudest is near the bottom. The bottom four are not available. Those are planes that don't even, well, in two cases don't exist, and in two cases are not yet measured because they weren't yet certified. And we put the CRJ 700, which is the plane 100% of your commercial operations are under right now. We use that as the baseline. So that's the green one right in the middle. The reading of noise in decibels, again, I know you've all heard this. It's a hard scale to understand. It's logarithmic. Essentially, a 1 decibel difference in noise level is something that not every person can even discern, to be honest with you. 3 decibels is a doubling of sound power, but it's something that virtually all people can hear the difference. But you think doubling, and you go, oh my goodness, that's twice as loud. Most people with good hearing will discern a 3 decibel difference as about a 25% increase in noise. So very confusing, the fact that we use that number, but it is the data we have, and so we use it. What this chart shows you is that the current Bombardier is kind of in the middle of the pack in terms of airplanes that are out there, and that some much older planes like the Dash 8, which has served Aspen for many, many years, as we know, is certainly quieter. But it also shows that the newest of planes are all the quietest of the planes. So the A220-100, the A320neo, the larger version of the A220, and even the newest 737, the MAX. Those are all quieter planes than the current CRJ 700. And we also included the 550, CRJ 550, which I know has been mentioned a lot. That is just a CRJ 700 with 50 seats. So they've taken out 20 to 25 seats, depending on the configuration. It's the exact same plane, and so it's the exact same noise levels. Are there any questions on how we measured, why we measured, or how we collected data, where the data came from, or why we did it the way we did?
Steve?
Frank?
Yeah,
Yep.
Thank you. Thanks for this, Mike and Bob. Glad to see you guys today. Regarding operations at elevation, under the conditions that we fly in here, the temperature, the heat of the summer, the cold of the winter, the loads, at these elevations, what typically happens with an aircraft flying into those conditions? Back in the day, with your early, was it the DC-3s and things like that, there were planes that came in that had the JADO units on the base in case they needed to get up over the top of the mountain.
Right.
I'm sure those were really noisy. It's called a jet-assisted takeoff device. It was a rocket engine on the bottom of the plane, a solid rocket engine, right? Okay, so I know that in the conditions at these elevations, it's possible they may need to put a little bit more, foot on the pedal. I'm just wondering, is that a fact? And are we looking at actual numbers from this sort of situation?
So my quick answer is I think you were looking at comparable numbers, Commissioner, that, again, a plane that is higher on the list is likely to be quieter in Aspen than one that's lower on the list. Would it read at the same measurement point in the valley, would it read exactly what these readings are? Probably not. I think the valley is definitely going to impact, I mean, we know the valley impacts noise, and that's where that first graphic of it's also spatially different, but it still comes down to what's the noise source. So this is the measurement, but if you go back one more, John, how that spreads out. Now, where they measure this for ICAO is a consistent location. So again, they're very comparable, but any one of those would be different in the valley for certain. You have a huge hill right adjacent to your runway, which acts like a big echo chamber and blasts essentially towards the ABC. And so it's going to be different, but because the noise sources are equally measured, I think the impact should be very comparable. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
And that's why we were really focused on getting comparable noise source data and using that as a comparison, because we can't fly all these planes in here to actually measure what it is in the valley. We do have CRJ 700. Your Fly Quiet program obviously gives you a good idea of where its noise is. And I actually did look at that at one point in time. The numbers were different, but not wildly so. Your measurement for Fly Quiet is down essentially close to Woody Creek. The values were within 1 decibel in the last Fly Quiet of what those levels were for the departure.
So you're saying local measurements that we actually have, hard data, are
for one plane
within a decibel of what we're reading on their standard measurement here?
Yeah, for that. And it's a little hard because that sampling point isn't exactly match up with the ICAO reference point. It's actually a little bit further. So we're trying to make some comparisons that are a little hard because, again, the no Fly Quiet doesn't measure the same way as they measure it here. But all of the noise for takeoff and the level, those are all full power takeoff thrust, which they're going to utilize on. They should utilize on any runway anywhere. Pilot wants to get up and as fast as they possibly can. Runway is something that they don't want to use any more than they have to, because that's their safety margin. And I don't think that's any different at Aspen than it is any other place. Other than I know at Aspen they do get up to thrust before they release the brakes, just to give them a little bit of a margin there. But the thrust level and the noise level should be comparable.
Mike, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I know that it's Stapleton Airfield, and I don't think it applies at DIA in Denver, but they had on the takeoff, the planes at some point would power down a little bit to reduce the noise flying over subdivisions.
Noise abatement.
Just to make it easier for the people who live there. I don't think we would want to have that kind of a policy here in the mountains, because it could lead to somebody not actually being able to get over the mountains or something. I don't think it would be safe, but what's your opinion on that, having them power down sometime after takeoff before they're clear out of the valley?
Well, I actually might defer that a little bit to Bob. I am not a pilot, so that becomes. I think they're going to climb as quickly as they can to fly the departure procedure. Your departure procedure has kind of a unique dance between incoming and outgoing planes, and the faster they get to a certain elevation, essentially the more flexibility they have in terms of how they can maneuver. Bob, I don't know if you have an opinion on that, but I can't imagine a noise abatement maneuver working within the valley.
Yeah, I think you're on the right track there. That it's a complicated approach and departure procedure now. Adding that complexity into it would really potentially impact operations at the tower. So I mean, it would be something you'd really have to coordinate with them. And what's the target area you're looking for, and where is that in the approach or departure path? So.
I know most of those noise abatement procedures still require them to climb to at least 1,500 feet, and for you guys, that's going to be essentially you're already over Woody Creek at that point in time, and which is probably your most sensitive noise receptor. Once they're off the runway, ABC is, it doesn't impact the runway because they have to be airborne and up a ways. I just don't know how effective that would be.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions on noise? And we can certainly go back.
Yeah, I just want to see if I understood one of your opening statements correctly. So I'll just rephrase it, I guess. So in terms of the perceived noise reduction or noise increases between decibel levels, would you say, is it the same that something that's 3 decibels louder is perceived as 25% louder?
Yeah, that goes
so
both ways.
Okay.
Yes, it does, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
What I would tell you is frankly, for this, several of us have gone and made an effort to go and find some of these newer planes in places where we could also hear some of the older planes. So for me, it was Salt Lake City, where there's a lot of A220s and a lot of CRJs still flying. And you could compare that. You could catch one right after the other if you waited long enough. I will tell you that an A220 sounds a lot quieter than a CRJ.
Thank you.
To me.
So Steve, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and
I can't see
I'm
you, Patty. You're
I'll jump around on the table. So I may have missed it, or I may have read it and forgot that I read it, but so your graph that you showed on the runway with the lap, yes, thank you. It has the plane, say, approaching from the west and taking off to the east. But we don't do that at our runway. So how did you differentiate approaches and takeoffs, because they're all going on the west end of the runway, or the north or the south or whatever? I'm calling it west.
Yeah, we didn't. Again, you're correct, because I know ICAO runs these essentially sequentially. So, you know, whatever the wind, whatever the conditions are that day, and I think they actually run them consistently where they run them at the same direction. So there's an approach opposite the takeoff, which is, you know, 99% of the runways operate that way. So we couldn't do that, other than that's still measured as a distance off of a runway and on a normal approach to the runway. So in theory, it is certainly comparable to an approach coming from the same direction, because you'll notice it's measured at a different place than, for instance, the takeoff one, Commissioner.
Right.
Again, I wouldn't want anyone to think that those numbers are going to be what you measure at Aspen, but they are comparable.
And so, Patty, what would happen here is this measurement from ICAO would just be flipped to this side, because our impacts are all on the same.
So does that say to me that we only had noise monitors at the Woody Creek area? We didn't have any at Buttermilk or going to the east?
We had one up on West Buttermilk at a residence.
I thought we did for a while because of the West Buttermilk Homeowners Association.
Yeah, but I don't think the Fly Quiet program was necessarily measuring by these kind of ICAO standards. That's not how we place the noise monitors. That may be something we want to consider in the future.
Just because we've had an increase in planes choosing to land from the east. What is that, 33 or 15? 33?
15.
15. For whatever reasons, not necessarily associated with weather and wind. Maybe it's just for scenic viewpoint of their big house, and they've chosen to come right over town. So that would be interesting to see what that noise level is from, and that's mostly it is GA. I've only landed commercially coming over town just a very few times in my 40-some years here.
Yeah, and choosing the ICAO standards was really on the basis of having a richer database, so more data on more aircraft, and having a consistent reference point so that you could tell the relative difference between the sound impacts of these aircraft. And it is not a measurement, as we were discussing with Greg's first set of questions, that are necessarily specific to this airport, but the relative impacts are probably applicable
Gives us
regardless.
that baseline. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Greg?
Yeah, just to add into that, would you gentlemen just refresh me on how does sound drop off in terms of with distance? You know, with a decibel at 450 meters, or say 100 decibels at 450 meters, what is that at 300 meters, right? Or half the distance? Is it's a geometric scale, right? Or is
it's a 4/3 radius cubed is essentially, because it's spherical spreading. So you're right, Commissioner. I actually don't know. I could do the math on that on what a decibel is in terms of you spread out, but it goes up as the cube, so it drops off pretty quickly.
So I guess the only point I would make is that if we were to actually measure noise at the ABC at the North 40 or one of the housing developments that were within that, you're going to see significantly higher dB levels than the 90 and the 89 and all that doesn't really matter so much. That's just a standard to compare aircraft.
Right.
The actual noise at the various locations is going to be vastly different and no doubt louder at the ABC.
Yeah, although I think that 450 is actually we put that line through. I'm trying to remember exactly where it was, but it still fell on the ABC.
Really, 1,400 feet? Oh, maybe it still is. Maybe it's on the far end of the ABC. All right.
Well, yeah, the edge of the airport is nominally 1,000 feet from the center line of the runway, so it doesn't take long to get to
All
get
right.
1,400 feet.
So thank you for that. That helps. Thanks.
Other questions on noise, or should I move on to emissions?
I think move on.
Okay. So similar to noise, we were looking to try to quantify some pretty complicated data and make it again consistent and comparable one plane to the other. And so the standard that ICAO uses in terms of measuring is what's called a landing and takeoff cycle, LTO, and that's shown here. And so it captures a landing, a normal, and it's for them it's a standard amount of taxi and idle on both sides back to a takeoff and reaching an elevation of 3,000 feet above the runway. So that's consistently how they measure that. Again, whether the data that comes out of that exactly replicates what happens in Aspen, not necessarily. Certainly won't be the same, because for one thing, it's not done at nearly 7,000 feet, but it is again comparable and consistently measured from plane to plane. So that's an LTO. We can go to then the next slide, John. So we did the same thing here, and emissions are in some ways even more complicated, because emissions have a lot of there's a lot of different things measured in emissions, and the nature of jet aircraft engines is there are trade-offs between noise, the types of emissions, and their efficiency. And engine manufacturers are trying to balance a lot of things. After doing a lot of looking at the data and talking to a number of experts on this, this chart is organized in terms of fuel burn per LTO cycle per passenger. So what do you do? What does that mean? It means they measure the total amount of fuel an aircraft uses through the LTO cycle, and then we took the most common seating configuration at Aspen for those planes that fly into Aspen, or the most common seating option available in the U.S., and divided the number of that by the number of passengers. Because for a given number of passengers, you may have fewer operations of a slightly bigger plane, and it's, if it burns less fuel, it has less emissions, and that's why we compared it that way. But you can look at it, and we gave the data for CO2 and NOx, which is again, things that people are concerned about. But overall, we feel like that fuel per LTO cycle per passenger was the best single measure to look at greenhouse gases, which is a major consideration for us all, but certainly in the Valley, and came out through the visioning process, and so we used that. On that chart, again in gray, just so we could keep them straight, noise to emissions, the CRJ, the current plane, is down there in gray, and you can see it's very near the bottom of this list. It's an old plane. This list, more than any other, clearly shows that the newest planes have significantly reduced fuel burn per passenger, and therefore they just emit less gases in general. And so we, again, you look at this list, there are some planes at the bottom again that are in development, or in one case now won't exist. And we don't have data for those, obviously, but the planes at the top are all very new planes. All of those geared turbofan engines, high bypass engines, those are all going to be very efficient engines that do very, very well, and the newest of those do the best. So, questions on how we collected this data, or how we presented the data. I know the technical working group had a lot of questions on how to quantify this, and we frankly worked with them to come up with this as the thing that made the most sense.
George?
Oh, thanks. So just to summarize, what I'm hearing is that the newest planes are quieter, more efficient, use less gas emissions. Are the newer planes all the newer planes have wingspans wider than 95 feet?
Not every one does, and there again, there are planes that have been on the planning, the Mitsubishi, the M100, which has now been discontinued. It had been planned to be under 95, Commissioner, down near the bottom there. It's not a plane, not even a real plane, so there's no data on it at all. It was never actually even put into a prototype before it was discontinued. But yeah, the general statement of the newer planes, newer engine particularly, are far more efficient. And you've been seeing that since forever. One of the other key elements of airplane development over the years is frankly one of material science. It has always been more efficient to have longer, lighter wings. And our engineering and material science has evolved to the point where if you look at the same passenger capacity planes that had roughly the same number of passengers, you're going to find that those wingspans have been spreading out over time as we have the ability to manufacture them because they're more efficient. That is one of the other contributors to this is wings that are lighter and can provide more lift for less drag.
In the newer technology that utilizes wing tips, that also has increased the total wingspan.
It has, because they all angle out to a certain extent, and it adds that. And so that certainly, even the Embraer 175, for instance, it originally came out without those, and then as they've added the wing tips, its wingspan has increased. So it's right now just shy of the 95-foot limit, for instance, at Aspen.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And George, I just add the wingspans are in this. I know it's hard to read. Fourth column over. There are two planes above the CRJ 700 with wingspans under that 95 foot. One is the E190 Embraer 190 standard, and then you have the CRJ 100, 200, and 440, and you may remember Alec talking about those aircraft. And then you can see the design category of the aircraft on the column on the far left. Only the one set, the CRJ 100s, 200s, and 400s are not design category 3.
Kelly, I know you have a question. Can I just tag on to George, or are you going to?
Well, I'm going to counter George.
Okay. Then I'll tag on to Kelly after she counters George. How's that, Steve?
I just want to.
Okay.
I just want to counter something that George said, and maybe let the experts weigh in. So the only objection, George, I take to what you said is that when we're looking at the noise, that the Airbus 319 is actually louder. Mm-hmm. And this is important because if we look at our fleet mix projection for an Airport Design Group 3, the A319 figures in very prominently as the plane that would fly in during peak season. So that, I think that point's really important. That leads us to the recommendation from the group that says you need to negotiate with the airlines, because otherwise we would see the 319, which will be perceived as 25% louder compared to the CRJ7. So I'll throw that out there. Let me know if I'm wrong. I don't think I am, but.
So, and I just went back to the noise, and Kelly, I think what you're referring to is these measures on the noise on the full lateral power takeoff. level approach and fly over. It's really the difference is in the takeoff piece.
What's the emission standard for that same plane?
And then the emissions on that same plane
Less?
are less.
Can't read that.
They're on a per passenger basis.
Right.
86% of the CRJ 700. So 20.
I would note that the A319 is not a particularly new plane. It is very high performing plane. The version that we put in here, including the noise data, is the highest performance. There's, I think, 4 pages in ICAO of 319 data. We took the loudest and the least fuel efficient, which is the highest performing plane under the theory. Number one, American has that plane, and it is the best performing for like mountain duty. So you can find measurements that are lower in there. But it's not a new plane. That plane is actually being replaced by a 319, what's called Neo, so it'll have new engines. And that's something Airbus has certainly been on I think they have a prototype of it. It's big. The next version of the 320 is on here. That that's the new version of the same general airframe, and you can see that its noise and emissions are both better. So the 319 is not a new plane, but it certainly does factor in the fleet forecast. The other thing I would say is on noise is it's less than a 2 decibel difference in average, both between all 3 of those measurements. So I don't think somebody had mentioned that they thought it would be perceived to be 25% louder. I think it's going to be less than that, would be what the data shows.
Thank you.
Okay, can I tag on now, Steve?
Patty?
Yeah, the Mitsubishi 100. So you said it was being discontinued. It was in the realm of being manufactured, correct? That was the information we got from.
No, it was being designed.
Being designed.
It had never made it to prototype, and Mitsubishi announced the discontinuation of the entire program back at the beginning of this year. It's not going to exist.
So they didn't defer it; they discontinued it. Okay, that's my question.
What they said is the one they have no plans to build the 100 at this time.
Okay, thank you. And when we talk about wingspan, help me out with this. So, if we're bringing in, if these new planes come in, they have a little bit wider wingspan. Does that, to my mind, and I'm not an design person, I don't design airplanes. I ride in them, but I don't design them or fly them. Thank God. Do they have more lift with a wider wingspan?
They are more efficient for the same amount of lift. The lift is based on the weight of the aircraft. They end up with lower drag for essentially the same amount of lift, and that's why they've gone to wider wings. And it's really just becomes the physics of an airfoil.
Okay, and I ask that because in our summers, when the temperature gets warm and lift is critical, we end up throwing people off airplanes. And one of my goals is to not have to do that anymore, because it's not a lot of fun when you're on the plane and they throw you off. Hopefully it's still on the ground when they do that. But so if we had a wider wing, that was my question, is if we had a wider wingspan, would we have less opportunities to have to, deplane people and luggage in order for them to take off in the warm summer months?
I think that, and I know Alex has talked to you, the combination of engine power, wing efficiency, what the design loading is, those all factor in, Commissioner. What I would say is, there are some planes that are built to be better performing. So, the 319 was mentioned. The 319 has a version that was intended to be flown in high mountains. It's the plane that they fly in the Himalayas, for instance. And it does better in all of those categories that you mentioned, and you would never have a weight penalty for that plane, for instance, coming into Aspen. Some, like the Embraer 175, which is a relatively new plane, a lot of people really, really like it, It just happens to be its combination of wing and engine and things like that are a little more on the lower end of that performance. It's great efficiency, which is why the airlines love it, but it's one of the ones why it's marginal on Alex's list in terms of making it into Aspen. And if it did come into Aspen, it would come with a weight penalty, and so that your concern would likely happen more frequently, is what I would say.
So we'd have a payload issue. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
If, hey, John, if you wanted to go to that table, it's on slide 24 that shows the performance.
Gosh, we've done a lot of slides, huh?
So what I would say, Commissioner, relative to your question, the planes at the top of that list are the least likely to incur weight penalties because of summer conditions or even winter. I know I got kicked off a Delta flight in the winter because they had to de-ice. So I certainly experienced that at Aspen myself. So it can be winter too, but summer is by far the most common for that.
Great. John, do we have those slides in here, I wonder?
They're way up there when we talked to Alec. So this was slide
They didn't get
24.
loaded.
I think you're on 59 or something. So it's and this should all be.
Okay, let's go to George and then Greg.
Yeah, back on the 319, the A319. What you said, Mike, that is an older plane. They're looking at updating that. What's sort of the time frame when the current 319 may go out of service with the new remodel coming in?
Well, the 319 was made for many years. The 32 newest of them are all the Mountain Edition ones that American bought. I just happen to know that because the chief engineer for American met with Alex and I back in I want to say February, and we were talking a little bit about that plane. So those are for them one of their newer planes. But Airbus, I know, is in the 320 Neo. Is flying today. So the 319, 320, and 321, those are all essentially the same airplane stretched. They get longer with more passengers as they go from 319 to 320 to 321. The original 319, 20, and 21 had the exact same wings, the exact same engines in the original configuration, and obviously then the lighter, less passenger one performed the best of that group, and the 321 was the worst performing. As they put the new engines on the 320 Neo, I know those engines are performing significantly better, both power and efficiency and noise. And the idea of the 319 is to essentially do that same thing, just stepping down. The 320, for whatever reason, just seems to be the sweet spot in capacity for a lot of airlines. So Airbus chose to take that one on first. I don't know through COVID, Commissioner, where that program is. I actually haven't gone and checked back up on it. But I haven't seen anything that said it's canceled.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Greg.
I was just going and reading the notes at the bottom, and we're going on. It's taken on the assumption of a 70% employment per plane. So the 319 is going to be at 70% of 100 and 20. How many? That?
I think it's 126. Sorry.
126, while the CRJ is 70% of 70. If I'm reading it right.
Yeah, and these are hard because, for instance, the CRJ can be a 76-seater. You can also find it as a 65-seater. The airlines have a variety of configurations. They don't all line up exactly. We took looking at United flying the most, and theirs is typically a 70-seater, and we use 70 seats for the CRJ.
Got it. And so the going on with all this is that we're going to be ideally, the best case scenario is that each airplane is full, because that's where you get the most efficiency per passenger.
Right.
If we've got a full slate of flights and they're running half full, the actual emissions could be a different scenario. I'm trying to get a grip on whether a half full CRJ is much worse than a half full, A319. If you run more of them, it's actually, the net result is more emissions. So it's one of those things where this only works, all these assumptions only work if we're running the fullest planes and not more planes, but just fuller planes.
Well, yeah, this math is, as that footnote does indicate, we're running at a 70% load factor, which is, a pretty good number for Aspen aggregated over the course of the year. Last year, I know you were better than that. Some years you're down in the upper 60s.
Thank you. That makes it much clearer. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Not really.
So, I have a question. When we were looking at the terminal design, the layout of the gates, we were assuming that these bigger planes with like 100 passenger type, the A220, for instance, would only be flying during the high season. During the shoulder season, the less frequent flying seasons, there would be some other type of smaller airplane, maybe the CRJs that are still in the fleet or something would be the ones flying in here. Looking long term, though, I would think that the airlines would end up with maybe all A220s or 319s or whatever. They're going to be upgrading their fleet eventually and getting rid of the old planes. So then we probably would have all the planes with the bigger wingspan would be what we would have flying in here. But in that transition time, we're anticipating there will be smaller planes flying in, whether they're CRJ700s or something else, I'm not sure. Do you have any ideas on that?
Well, again, it goes a little bit to the fleet forecast, which again was done pre-COVID. So, certainly in the winter, you have your highest load factors, your biggest demand, and that certainly would seem to be the best time for the airlines to run larger planes, particularly United, who's running essentially two planes on top of each other because they have the demand for more than the 70 seats going at that time. I do think smaller planes will always be part of the mix, just because of the nature of the shoulder seasons. But those smaller planes are becoming the Gen 2 Embraers. So if you look on this, it's the Embraer. The 190 E2 is the first one that they permitted. Down at the bottom is a 175 E2. It's not yet certified, so we don't have any data on that. But I think that 190 that's above the CRJ just right up there. That's a good indication of where even smaller planes are going, Commissioner. They're going to be shifting out to geared turbofan engines, in our opinion, because they're so much more efficient, and they do perform better too. So you're likely to see some sort of an Embraer aircraft, in my mind, in the 70 to 100 passenger configuration, and it's probably going to have a wing of somewhere around 100 feet. That was the plan, I know, for their E2 version of the 175. 101 feet, I think, is what it is.
Okay, that gives me a better picture of what we could anticipate then during the shoulder season. We might not have the biggest planes, but we're still going to probably have a plane that's over 95 feet wingspan. It'll be a newer plane that's more fuel efficient and less emissions, but it will carry fewer passengers than the bigger regional jets.
There's no new commercial plane that I'm aware of for U.S. market that is proposed to be made that has a wingspan less than 95 feet right now.
Okay, thank you. That really helps. Okay, don't see any other questions. Mike, you can go on to whatever the next slide is there.
Well, I turn it on to Bob. I'll stay on mute if there's any questions that come up, but thanks. It was great to see you all.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, this next slide, it's a matrix that shows the more significant differences in elements of the shift the taxiway 80 feet east scenario versus shifting the runway 80 feet west. And the purpose of doing one or the other of those is to achieve the 400-foot runway taxiway centerline separation, which is a Group 3 criteria requirement. The shifting of the taxiway 80 feet east is associated with the common ground scenario, and shifting the runway 80 feet west is associated with the environmental assessment scenario, which had this list considers some recommendations that were made during the tech committee discussion and also the ABC discussion related to noise impacts and more sustainable features of the design. So if we just go down the list, and I guess I'll go through it all and then we can talk about it at the end maybe. So the terminal, basically the same for both scenarios. Runway, and shifting the taxiway, you'd be able to reuse some of the existing runway facilities, localizers, some of the nav aids, the Mauser lights, things like that could stay in place because the runway centerline would not change. Also, the existing pavement section in that scenario, it's really quite a hodgepodge of different sections that were constructed over the years, but we believe it's possible to be able to reutilize some of that by overlaying on top of it. There's some reconstruction that will be required though, just because of the age and the condition of the pavements. On the shifting the runway scenario, you're pretty much rebuilding the entire runway footprint and moving the nav aids for that. When you need to move the runway crown over 80 feet, it's just, there's not much left to try and salvage in that pavement section. So obviously the most significant part of moving the taxiway east results in impacts along the flight line. And so if we start up on the north end, the GA area in particular gets impacted quite a bit. So there's just not enough room to maintain the number of parking positions that you have today. The objective in both scenarios was to maintain current parking, which is about 150 aircraft. That's 90 based aircraft and 60 itinerant aircraft. The FBO is very creative on the way that they pack those airplanes in, so that number varies, every weekend, but that's a number that's pretty good in what we've used here for the analysis. So because of the impacts to the GA parking, there is going to need to be a west side GA parking area that's set up to be based aircraft. They don't fly as much. They're smaller aircraft typically, so construction of a west side parking apron and partial parallel taxiway to access that apron is part of the common ground scenario. On the EA scenario, that's not required. There's, with a little bit of expansion to the north of the existing apron, there's enough room to expand that apron out and be able to accomplish relocation. Well, I'll talk about it later. Anyway, relocation of the larger airplanes to the north is also part of both of these, and that came out of the visioning process. Another significant impact is by moving the taxiway east, the southern end of the airport, both on east and west sides, really narrows down right at the end of the runway at that 3.3 threshold. So if you push the parallel east, in order to maintain a standard taxiway intersection at the end taxiway Alpha 9, which is really important and part of safety improvements that are being requested at the airport, is to make that a standard 90-degree intersection. And the purpose for that is to give the pilots a better look for approaching aircraft coming in from the north from 115 landing. So right now it's a bit of a non-standard taxiway. It has what they call a dog leg, so it has a break in it, and the aircraft aren't really able to line up parallel with the runway. So we'd have to shorten the runway on the common ground. If the runway moves west, that's not going to be needed. The standard 90-degree taxiway can be constructed. Both scenarios impact the de-icing area quite significantly. A lot of that is due to the moving of the terminal south and constructing that to the south of where it is now. They both require a new terminal ramp, pretty much the same in both scenarios. Both require a fuel farm. The existing fuel farm is actually too close as it is now, and it's pretty old. So reconstruction of the fuel farm, part of the FBO redevelopment, would be required in both. Also, you know, a lot of the FBO, like moving the buildings, is associated with the reconfiguring of the ramp. Several things are being done there. Objectives to put in ICAO standard parking, which is a safer situation. It also allows for electrification of the power units and the preconditioned air, and also to move the larger airplanes north to minimize impacts on the North 40 and the Air Force Business Center. So part of that, all of those things weighing together really require the entire FBO area to be reconfigured and rebuilt. Significant land side improvements on both. They're both fairly similar. Of course, if you take 80 feet away from that space by moving the taxiway, it gets to be a little bit tighter. Another significant impact that's a difference between the two is relocation of the aircraft control tower. That tower will need to be relocated if the taxiway is moved to the east. The northeast parking for the large GA, we just talked about that. Both scenarios would move the larger GA parking all the way to the north of the apron. Both scenarios include landside improvements. They're very similar. They both have provisions for a transit center. The flight path distance to Shell Bluffs, that obviously, if you shifted 80 feet to the east and leave the existing runway where it's at, it would maintain existing conditions. But the condition of shifting the runway has been evaluated. It was evaluated back before the environmental assessment, and then there's been a number of folks that have come in and talked about that. Alec Sable from Flight Tech is really the expert on that. So neither one of them impact any of the surfaces, the turf surfaces. Both have been by the experts said to be, you know, safe and not having any impacts to the approaches. The ICAO and GA parking we talked about, both of those, both scenarios would include that modification too. Okay. Any questions?
I think this slide demonstrates a lot of those changes.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Just the only thing I saw on the chart that kind of popped out to me is that no new tower needed. And maybe it's not a new tower or no tower relocation needed, I think is what that should say. Because I'm under the impression that we're going to need a new tower, a taller tower or some sort of virtual tower, but something is going to change with that tower. I was under the assumption that it was going to be a new tower no matter what, if we're going to. So can you address that?
Yeah, in the environmental assessment scenario, there isn't a new tower included in that. The tower replacement, the FAA has a tower replacement program for towers when they think they need to be replaced. It's not on their list for replacement due to age or condition, like you're mentioning. So it's not needed if the runway is moved versus the taxiway.
And that includes the height of the tower. There's no renovation. I'm trying to I want to parse it so I understand, because I keep hearing that we're going to need a taller tower.
No, you don't need a taller tower. So with the height with the existing tower, one of the conditions is they can't see the south end of the runway. But there's a camera tower out there that they've been using effectively. I have not heard any issues with that. I've been involved in a couple of runway safety action teams, which are programs initiated by the FAA. The tower folks are involved, flight procedures, standards groups, and they talk about issues at the airport. You know, the camera array and using the cameras as a virtual for that end hasn't been brought up as an issue. It's always an option, you know, to make it a virtual tower at some point in time, and that could be, you know, in the basement of the new terminal. I think that's a good discussion, Commissioner, and it needs to be, you know, vetted out through the design process. The FAA is still in a trial period with virtual towers. They have 2 of them, and they just initiated, they sent out a survey to try and find out where the next tests would go, and I don't think they picked those locations yet. But one of them is in Fort Collins, and I think it's working very well from everything I've heard.
Great.
Yeah, and Bob.
Do we know a time frame on when they'll have an approval on that? Is that like 5 years out or 10 years out? It might fit our time frame.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I really can't speak to that, Commissioner. But, you know, I think the tower in Fort Collins has been in place for about 5 or 6 years now. Mm-hmm. It looks like they're going to the next step, so maybe in another 3 or 4 years they'll be ready to take the next step.
And Greg, just to add on to what Bob said, I think as long as we're allowed to continue using the cameras, we're one of the few airports that has that process in place. And so long as the FAA continues to let us use those cameras, there's probably not a need for a higher tower. But I think the concern has been is if in the future, for whatever reason, the FAA determines that we're not allowed to use those towers and those cameras, and at the point that the tower is replaced, in order to see the end of the runway, it would need to be taller or move to the north. Is that correct, Bob?
Yeah. There's locations on the airport where you could put it that would minimize the increase in height. Obviously, you know, like you say, the further you can put it towards that south end.
And I meant south, not north. Yeah.
We did that last time too. We were talking about.
Right. Yep. So yeah, it would if there was a new tower constructed, you know, a conventional tower, it would be taller than the current one. We've looked at a few sites as part of just where would that be and what would the cost be in our cost estimating. And I think there could be a tower on the west side that would be roughly 10 feet taller. It's not significant, you know, it's not huge. And it could be over by the AOC. It's just a preliminary study that we did. We have, you know, there's a full tower siting process for the FAA that you would go through. But preliminarily, we looked at that.
Okay, George?
Thanks. Bob, I wanted to go back to the other screen, or you can keep this one on. In terms of shortening the runway would be needed. About 10 years ago, we went through that discussion to lengthen the runway due to needs for summer load factors. So by shortening the runway, how much and how would that might impact the issue with summer load factors?
Well, definitely reduced runway length does impact the ability for the airplane to get off. So yeah, it could impact its load factor for sure. What we've shown here, so it's about a 280-foot distance, George, to shortening it. And we've lined it up with the taxiway on the west side, the Bravo taxiway, the teacup, and showed the teacup going to the ends of the existing threshold. So this is a concept, it's an idea. It's something that has to be vetted with the FAA. It's a fairly non-typical situation. And so FAA standards would need to look at this, as well as, the tower. We've consulted with the tower on it. They weren't thrilled about it, and they have a lot of activity down on that end. But again, nobody's really looked at it and reviewed it and issued opinions on it. It's part of this scenario that would need to be vetted, through the planning process to really determine. The worst case scenario would be that your runway would be shortened and that teacup on the west side would be moved so it lines up with the threshold of Alpha 9. Or best case, it would be like it is now.
Yeah, so I think when we lengthened that runway, I think we lengthened it by about 1,000 feet.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct. So, so if you're looking at needing to shorten it by maybe 280 feet, about a third of that, is that substantial in terms of addressing that load factor?
Well, it all comes down to the weather conditions, really. How hot of a day is it? Which direction is the wind blowing? I mean, it can be density altitude that they take load factors for. So the temperature or tailwinds often get aircraft departing here too, and they can only accept so much tailwind. So it's the flight department and what the airplane performance is. But I mean. Yeah, it is. You're reducing the length of the runway, and that is significant.
But with the next gen aircraft that would have more thrust, would that help to compensate for that at all?
I think it would be a positive, sure, but how much? It's hard to say.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Kelly?
Thank you. I have questions on two separate topics. So the first one, I guess, is the recommendation to keep the runway came towards the end of the deliberations, and I'm wondering, do you think that is it fair to say that it will cause less disruption and the construction period will be shorter by keeping the runway where it is, even needing repair on it?
Yeah, that's our estimate, Commissioner, that it would take less closure time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, by a full season, because the difference was sort of 2 seasons to 1 season.
Yeah, I think from a total runway, total airport closure, that's a fair assessment that it would go from 2 seasons to 1, and from a shoulder season, some of these projects can be completed more in the shoulder seasons with some overlap into the warmer weather for paving, and that's probably from 3 to 4 down to 2.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you. And then I'm wondering about the west side development under moving the taxiway scenario, and I just would like to understand that a little bit more. My question, I guess, relates to, we've been hearing that we're seeing a lot of air taxi operations. I don't know if that is that volume pushing out other GA that would ordinarily park. So I'm sort of making the assumption that the air taxi relies on a drop and go model that doesn't require parking, and is that pushing out the need for the same equivalent parking for GA? So I don't know if that's for Bob or
No,
Mike or John or.
I'm wondering if Mike heard that question. Mike, I think you'd done an analysis on the drop and goes. I don't know if that's something you can pull up from memory or not.
I did hear that. You guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Here, I'll even go off that mute. I did hear the question, and the quick answer is that we did do an analysis, and I don't want to quote the numbers because that was now over 6 months ago, and I don't remember exactly. But the parking on the west side definitely we feel like does reduce drop and goes for those that would stay over. But there are a lot of drop and goes that are likely to be drop and goes one way or the other. The fractional owner planes, they go on to their next mission once they've dropped their passengers at Aspen to go ski for a week, for instance. And we did an analysis of that looking at Eagle, which is obviously just a very short distance away, similar ski clientele, but has no restrictions realistically on hangars or parking. And there is still a fairly significant number of drop and goes there. There's more at Aspen for sure. And we talked about sizing the overall GA parking so that your parking constraint is not forcing a drop and go. Mm-hmm. Does that help answer that question?
Well, it does, but I guess I'm wondering, is that proportion changing? So are we seeing an increase in the taxi operations that is leading to a decrease in the GAs that actually park, and therefore we don't need the same amount of parking space, or we can, forego it until we need it?
So that analysis said you do not have enough parking space right now. So in other words, your parking limitations are driving some drop and go activities because they don't have a place to park. And those planes are going to Rifle, Eagle, various places. So there is a need for some additional beyond what you have today to stop those extra operations that otherwise wouldn't happen, Commissioner. But you're right. I mean, fractional jet ownership and that model is having more parking spots is certainly not going to stop those as drop and goes, because NetJets makes their money on keeping that plane flying. But there's a rational way to analyze that, and this development scenario can be, I'll say, incremental. We came up with an analysis on a suggested additional and then you could monitor that and then decide whether or not that's changed operations enough to warrant more parking or not.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yep, and that additional parking area for the future is the red shaded area on the left side of the west side development. So there's some additional space, provisions made for additional space from a planning purpose, if that analysis showed that it would be advantageous to increase parking for drop and goes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have a question for Bob. If we leave the runway where it is, and planes come down the taxiway to whether it would be the new end of the runway or they would be crossing the runway to go to the teacup, most planes could just swing onto the runway and take off from that point. Is that correct? They wouldn't have to go through the teacup and to the end of the runway because they don't need the full length of the runway. So does the FAA let people cut into the runway before the very end to take off?
Yeah, I think that would be pilots. In this scenario that's shown on the screen would be a pilot's discretion. If they would have to ask to be able to cross and go back and enter the runway off of the west side.
So the normal procedure would be to just get on the runway and point down the alley and take off then?
Well, it's as George brought up, it's a weight and a runway length issue. So I think every pilot would take a look at it. Would the commercial pilots, commercial aircraft give up weight or count on that extra 280 feet. I don't think we know that answer just now. If it's a lighter loaded corp jet or a small G8 airplane, then the 280 feet is not going to matter to them. It's going to be the heavy loaded commercial aircraft.
Okay. Second question has to do with the moving the runway over 80 feet. In my mind, I can see a process whereby we could do it all in one season by reusing all of the material from the existing runway and just moving it over 80 feet. Grind up the pavement, have a conveyor thing sending it over there, and then compact all that. I don't know if that's possible engineering-wise, but in my mind, I think if we could reuse the material and not have to be hauling in all new material for the fill and the base for a new runway 80 feet to the west, we could do it in one season. Is that feasible engineering-wise to do that? Or do we need to just totally remove all of the pavement that's on there and take it somewhere else and not reuse it on site?
Yeah, it would be incremental. I think you could. It's a lot of construction to complete in one season with your short construction period. I think you can do a lot of things by either reusing existing materials, which is always a great thing to do, and you'd want to do that. The FAA is not real keen on building runway pavements with recycled materials. They want new materials in their pavement sections. They're used to the standards. They know how they perform. They want a 20-year pavement life. And so there's certain things you can do, though, you can reuse those materials for. And you would definitely want to look at that and do it, just from minimizing the number of trucks on the highway as well as reducing costs. So, yeah, that's all great. I think it's going to end up being that, from a funding standpoint, it's going to be too much money in one season, and it's just not physically going to be achievable through, construction practices, availability of contractors and equipment and all that to do the entire runway in one season, based on your shortened construction season there. Specifications are really tight on paving. That'd be the last thing you would do. And if you didn't have, fairly warm weather, you would really have a problem with the asphalt paving later in the season. So.
Okay, and I see if we did it over the 2-season period, we can't remove the existing runway. The first whole season would be just hauling in new material from elsewhere, because we wouldn't be able to be taking away the old runway to use it on the new runway.
Yeah, the most likely place to reuse existing materials are in the shoulders, and using the recycled asphalt as a base material. It can also be incorporated into the new mix. You can put recycled asphalt, they call it RAP, a percentage of recycled asphalt pavement into a new mix and use it for the surfacing, particularly on the base sections, the lower portions of the new asphalt mat. Typically you want new asphalt on the surface because it just weathers better. But there definitely are options to put it in either in the shoulder sections or in the new asphalt surfacing.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Bob, I might mention that the commissioners have asked a couple times regarding the west side taxiways and the impacts that has to either open space or moving of Owl Creek Road. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if it was one of them that asked about extending up to a certain point the taxiway that doesn't go to the end of the runway but falls a little bit short, that those smaller GAs that would park on that side could utilize, rather than having to cross it over the runway, hit the taxiway, go up to take off. So there was a thought of a kind of a 3/4 taxiway on the west side. Can you address some of those kind of questions?
Yeah, I can definitely. So I guess if you're looking at the picture now, if you were to continue the taxiway to the south, to the right, The first thing we encounter is the AOC, and the Airport Operations Center. So if you leave the center line where it is now, the parallel taxiway would be 400 feet. And then from the taxiway, you need another 96 feet for the taxiway object-free area before you get to any building or any aircraft. So that's a total of 496 feet. That building sits approximately 505 feet from the runway center line. So you're within 10 feet of that building, which really impacts the operations. We've shown some expansion in the AOC. The AOC needs to be expanded to handle snow removal and the time requirements required by the FAA. The additional paving surface on the runway is going to require them to add additional equipment. So there's modifications to the AOC needed right now in either scenario, just from a snow removal process, but it would be impacted more by putting the taxiway that close to it. You could do that with the right modifications, and so you could extend the taxiway to the south towards the 3.3 threshold up to a point right in there, maybe not quite that far, where then you start impacting Owl Creek Road, and you'd have to move Owl Creek Road west far enough that it would get into the open space. You cannot get down to all the way to the south end without moving the road. You have to move the road far enough that it gets into the open space. So taking it to that point, whether it's across from Alpha 6, between Alpha 6 and 7 in that vicinity, you could have a partial parallel taxiway there. Could that improve operations? Yeah, you have a lot of head-to-head taxiway operations, so it could provide some value for ground movements. It also could provide some value in a busy time. You get queued up on the east side with aircraft trying to depart, so they're lined up in front of the de-icing pad and down towards the FBO. That limits the ability for aircraft to get off the runway. And so a lot of those aircraft, if they can't get off quickly, they end up having to go down far end all the way to the end and circle back on Bravo and then go back down the runway. So having a parallel taxiway system on the west side could and probably would provide some benefit for arriving aircraft too, just from a ground movement standpoint, minimizing the amount of time they had to be on the runway to get off. So it would create an alternate circulation pattern for the tower to get aircraft off on the east side and then run them to the north and across, depending on where they were headed in that FBO area or if they were headed to commercial apron.
Bob, to expand on that idea, if the runway is moved 80 feet to the west, I realize leaving the runway where it is makes a lot more room for the taxiway on the west side. Mm-hmm. If the runway were moved to the west, would that west side taxiway even be possible without, we'd have to totally remove the AOC and move it elsewhere.
You would get into,
but I do like the idea of having an alternate taxiway on the west side that would remove a lot of the head-to-head traffic and traffic jams on the east side taxiway. But then I would also think that we would want to put more of not just the local smaller planes over there, but maybe some of the bigger visiting jets, corporate jet kind of things. Maybe we'd want to have them over on the west side, so they also would be removed from the head-on traffic on the east side taxiway.
Yeah, so there, to really look at this, you have to do, a study, a capacity study, and ground movement study. the potential to improve the ground movements is really counterintuitive to the argument of reducing the runway crossings. And so you want to, part of the thought process of putting the based airplanes over there is they don't fly nearly as much. So, you know, they're not coming and going very often. So those runway crossings don't happen that often. As you start putting more itinerant aircraft over there, or if you start using it for circulation, you really start increasing those runway crossings. And so, you know, it's going to be a balancing act, and you know, more study is necessary and discussions with the FAA to come up with a good solution for that. But you're right, the AOC at that point, you know, 80 more feet and you go into the building, you take half the building out. So you really do have to completely reconstruct that at another location. And then you may not get much farther to the south. I mean, Owl Creek, you can see Owl Creek Road is, you know, it's converging with the runway there. It's heading kind of whatever direction, southeast. So, you know, it's closer. It's getting much closer, much faster. So the distance you can go south is going to be limited.
Yeah, Steve, I would note that there is an approved master plan that shows a west side taxiway with a bump out for the AOC, but that was noted as a temporary operating change until the AOC was depreciated till I guess we got the funding value from the FAA out of the AOC, at which time we'd have to move it. But it also did not contemplate, I think, the pinch point down here that Bob was just referring to with the open space in Owl Creek, as much as our more recent survey work has.
So John, that brings up the question, where would the AOC be moved to if we had to take it down and reconstruct it? And what would the cost of that be?
Just a rough guess.
Bob, Mike?
Well, you're very limited in space, and that's the location of it is critical for crash fire rescue response times. So it has to be in a location kind of central to the runway so that it can respond to an emergency timely. So yeah, you don't have a lot of space in that area. That would have to be really looked at to determine a location. I know I don't know what the building cost the first time around, but it's probably, I mean, we're estimating about a 12 to 15 million just to modify it. So, I mean, you're 25 million plus just to build a new one.
You do have some flexibility because that parcel where the laser pointer is right now is not open space. I think a lot of people think of it as open space, but the airport actually owns the whole, there's a sort of a triangle west of Owl Creek Road, and that is actually owned by the airport too. So you have some flexibility to move Owl Creek Road and not be in the open space in that neck of the woods.
It's the old airport.
And so in the obviously in this iteration, Steve, there's not a lot of movement of the AOC because we're taking that into consideration with the partial taxiway. In the master plan, right where Mike was talking about, I think was anticipated to be able to shift and expand the AOC in the future.
Okay, thanks. That gives me more food for thought to, one more thing for us to really consider in our decision. And I haven't made up my mind yet, but this gives us good information. So I don't see any hands.
I think Kelly.
Kelly?
Yeah. I guess I'm wondering, since the topic of the West Side Taxiway continues to come up, that if this board decides to keep the runway where it is, if we should consider adding another decision or vision statement related to the West Side Taxiway. I don't know if there's consensus around that or support for that at the board, but it continues to come up as part of our discussion. So if we choose to go that way, I think we should consider codifying that.
So you're saying and add to the 15 a 16th?
Right.
I don't have a problem doing that because we've already discussed it at great length, so we
Right.
wouldn't have to start over and discuss it again.
Anyway, and again, that's, I think, if we decide to keep the runway where it is.
Especially with
It would
the issues with the AOC.
Yeah.
And open space in Elm Creek Road.
So,
I would agree with putting that into the JLP as a possible future thing that would happen at such time as the maybe the AOC would have to be rebuilt and maybe relocated at the same time. Those things could be, I presume, could be put into the ALP as future changes that we want to have on the drawing board right now. Is that correct, John?
yeah, that's correct.
Or for investigation.
In fact, there is a West Side taxiway in your current adopted airport layout plan. It was not evaluated as part of the environmental assessment because the FAA had indicated that funding for construction was not in the foreseeable future. And so we did take a little bit deeper dive on it as part of the vision process and looking at the interactions with open space in Elk Creek, which is the information that's in front of you now. But it is something that can be on a future layout plan for consideration and for potential future funding. And Bob, Mike, if I'm incorrect in that in any way, now would be a great time to correct me.
Yeah, you're doing pretty good, John. That's true. So the ALP typically has three conditions. It has an existing, a future, and an ultimate. Not always do the ultimate conditions get put into ALPs, but in your case, that West Side Taxiway does show up in the ultimate condition. And so ultimate is kind of considered beyond the planning period, the 20-year period of a master plan. Now, that doesn't mean it needs to stay in an ultimate condition. It could be put in, if you wanted to, during an ALP update, put it in as a element of a 20-year project and make it a future element of the ALP.
Because Steve, can I? Steve?
Yeah, Patty, go ahead.
If we were to go with the Vision Committee's proposed the common ground, we'd have to either amend or update or start over again with the existing ALP anyway, right?
Yeah, so
Modify
we would need to submit a new airport layout plan, and I think if I'm understanding the board's discussion correctly, it's the West Side Taxiway kind of falls into that ultimate build-out scenario probably, and looking at where we would replace the AOC as well as potentially place a West Side Taxiway as well as the service roads in the future. But that in the near term, we'd probably still be looking at an airport layout plan along the lines of what we are now with a partial West Side Taxiway and not replacing all of the facilities. That's why I think I hear the board saying, so I just want to be sure that's correct.
If we were to go with the common ground, though, it's much different than the existing approved ALP.
That's correct. So we need to submit a new ALP.
Right.
If you go, So, sorry,
Yeah, I got it.
Patty.
So
I
that's
think
the
I
next-
understand your question now. If you stick with what's been approved in the EA, that's already consistent with your existing airport layout plan, including the ultimate build out, and there's a FONSI that the board could act on now. If we go with the common ground recommendation, that would require submission and approval of a new airport layout plan, and then will require additional NEPA process, and we still would need to define what the scope of that
Whether we
NEPA
had to
process
start over
was
or modify.
for the west side. Yeah. And Bob and Mike, anything I missed there?
No, I don't think so. I think you're right. The FONSI action or the environmental action is kind of undetermined at this point, and it really depends on what the recommendation ends up being and how far it varies from the current FONSI.
Right. But certainly the west side would need to go through some form of NEPA.
Right.
Yeah, the west side, one of the NEPA impacts or larger NEPA impacts of the west side is the additional length of stream impacts to Owl Creek. There's about another 600 feet of Owl Creek that needs to be undergrounded to get underneath the development area and then mitigated.
So I guess I don't know if we want to parking lot this conversation and wrap it in when we get to the airport layout plan, or if the board wants to flesh this out a little bit more right now to give staff some direction. And I'd also note that, I've been going for an hour and 45 minutes, and it may also be an appropriate time for a break before we move on to the next section. So, any direction from the board?
I have one more question, Greg, John. I have one more question. Greg and George both have questions or comments. So let's go with George, Greg, then me.
Yeah, I would say we would parking lot this discussion so we can take a break and then move on to the privatization discussion, because this will really this discussion would really probably be an outcome of the board's decision whether to accept the common grounds recommendation or utilize the approved one. So I would parking lot this one and continue on with the agenda.
I guess I can agree with George on that, just for the sake to keep us all moving. Would love to have a real better understanding of the upside and downside of adding that at this point, and is it necessary actually to add the West Side Taxiway ultimate opportunity at this point, or is it just are we really saving a lot of time or money by doing that? But we can discuss that one later.
And I would agree with parking lotting the issue. I do have one more point that I would want to be considered going forward. We don't have to talk about it now, but that is how much of modification of standards will the FAA allow going forward? I presume they would allow temporary ones that would be bump out kind of things that would affect the operation of plane taxiing, with ultimately those bump out things being removed completely from the ALP and having no modifications. So I'd like a sort of analysis of, what we anticipate for whichever design we pick in regards to what modification of standards will be required. And we don't need the answers now, but just to put that into the parking lot too.
And Steve, that's a great segue, because our next topic was going to be talking about modification to standards. And so my recommendation right now would be this would be a good time for us to break between topics and give the board just a little bit of time to stretch your legs and refresh yourselves before we go into another complicated topic. And I don't know, the board wants 10 or 15 minutes, but we'll probably take a break again right before noon in case folks want to grab a bite to eat and such before our counsel from Holland and Knight joins us to talk about the privatization question.
So I suggest we reconvene at 11 o'clock. That gives us a little more than 10 minutes.
All right. We will
Okay.
reconvene at 11 and go into our next topic.
Thanks, Grassroots. We'll be back at 11 o'clock.
Thanks, Mike and Bob, for your help this morning. Appreciate your insights.
Glad to do it.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
And don't go away because you want to be here for modification. I want to be sure you're here for the next topic too.
Do anyone want?
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners special meeting and work session on Friday, October 16th to discuss the ACE vision process recommendations. And I will turn it over to our chair, Steve Child, to keep us going.
So we're moving on to a new topic, modification of standards, and definitely the question I had just before our break really leads into this, and I didn't realize the parking lot for it was going to be so short, but take it away, John, on explaining this.
Well, the specifics may still be, but we wanted to spend a little bit of time, and I think I'm still sharing my screen. Is that showing up, Terry?
Nope.
Hold on just a second. There we go. I'm going to run through some slides that the board has already seen. These are slides that were presented to the Vision Committee. And it's really a high-level overview of modification to standards, and in particular, the history of our separation standard. And then I'd like to transition it back to Bob and Mike to talk about how, from their experience through design and working with the FAA, how they view modification to standards. And then, of course, additional questions, if there are any, can go when our council joins us. But in terms of the direction, this is from FAA guidelines, airport design guidelines. And the FAA states that every effort should be made to bring an airport up to current standards. It may not, however, be feasible to meet all current standards at existing airports. And in the case of federal assistance programs, funding of improvements may be subject to FAA criteria. And goes on to say, for non-standard conditions associated with such projects, the FAA may consider alternative means of ensuring an acceptable level of safety. And so the primary modification to standard that we're talking about with the runway scenarios and Airport Design Group 3 scenarios has to do with the separation standard, center line to center line of the runway and taxiways. And this has a long history, and I just think it's pertinent and wanted to bring it to the front of your brains as you're thinking through these issues. In 1998, the airport layout plan recommended increasing the runway taxiway separation from 220 to 320 feet. In 1999, the FAA gave approval to that, noting that although the proposal for a taxiway centerline at a separation of 320 feet from the runway centerline does not meet criteria for all of Design Group 3, the county is prepared to enact an ordinance restricting aircraft with wingspans greater than 95 feet. This 95-foot restriction will establish that this modification is contingent upon the ordinance being enacted, and that the modified standard applies only to operations by aircraft with wingspans less than 95 feet. Should regular operations by a larger aircraft occur, the modification would be rescinded and the airport would be required to meet the standard separation. This will ensure the airport meets the runway object-free area standard even at the busiest times. So back in 1999, in the approval, the FAA was forecasting that should larger aircraft need to operate at Aspen's airport, that the FAA would require that that modification be rescinded and that the airport go to full Design 3 standards. 2001, the board adopted an ordinance restricting wingspans to 95 feet. 2005, it was readopted and codified as part of Title 10 of the county code. And then in 2012, and a couple of you were here for this.
I was here for all
yeah,
of them.
the airport engaged in what is a standard update of the airport layout plan. It's typically done every 5 to 7 years. And in 2012, the airport layout plan did not recommend changing the runway taxiway separation or 95-foot wingspan modification to standard. But in August of 2013, the FAA approved that ALP with the following exception, that the FAA's approval of the ALP does not apply to the proposed runway taxiway separation distance of 320 feet on the west side of runway 1533. And so at that point, they did not approve an ALP that intended to continue with the modification to standard, the 320-foot separation and the 95-foot wingspan. At about that same time, we were becoming more aware of the emerging technologies with the winglets and changes in materials that were going into future aircraft. And in 2014, the county conducted an air services study which analyzed both what was happening with the CRJ 700, much of that information has been carried forward, as well as what commercial aircraft would be available to serve the airport with 95-foot wingspans or less. And that led to the county, the airport considering 16 alternative airfield alignments designed to show which Airport Design Group 3 standards could and could not be met. Whoops, I got a little bit out of order here. And that ultimately resulted in the board selecting an alternative that was brought forward for analysis in the environmental assessment. So the ALP was updated in 2015, and then between 2015 and 2018, the county conducted an environmental assessment, which included the shift of the runway 80 feet to the west. The concern, of course, was that the environmental assessment process and ALP process did not allow for the level of community input that our community is used to and frankly demands. And so as part of, really honing in on the details of the project that would be designed, we entered into the vision process where we are today, with a large number of citizens divided into different work groups who of course brought an alternative alignment to you. I'm going to stop actually sharing the screen here because I think the questions have been persistent. I thought the history was important to understand, again, how we got here, what the dialogue was, and at least what the communications have been with the FAA. But I know the board has had ongoing considerations of, well, what are those modifications that the FAA how does the FAA really look at the modification to standards and prioritize those that they'll accept to meet safety standards? With that, I'm wondering if I can hand over to Bob and Mike to talk a little bit about the modification of standards at ASE and your understanding of how the FAA is looking at those.
Yeah, you want me to run with that, Mike?
Sure, you can start for sure.
All right. Well, I guess just also for a matter of perspective, I think we do standards projects all over the country, and one in particular we're working on in the East Coast, where there were some modifications of standards and some of the conditions that the FAA was willing to accept even a year ago. You know, they're trying to back off on that now. I think the current trend is to meet every standard possible, and they've said that even here with your report. Obviously, there is a hierarchy of standards, and the ones that relate to safety, setback distances around the runway, things like that, hold line distances, things that put the features on the ground at a distance from the runway to provide safety for landing and departing aircraft in case there is an accident and an errant airplane. They've developed the distances that are required for setbacks based on the different aircraft speeds, people's reaction times, empirical data. And so they have a set of standards that apply to the size of the airplane and the speed of the airplane when they're approaching and landing. The applicable standard for you guys is the C3 criteria. And so the most important part of all that is the issues right around the runway safety area, the runway object-free area, and that plays into the runway taxiway separation. The runway safety area is a rectangle centered on your runway center line. It's 250 feet from the center line, 500 foot in width. The object-free area, in that area, there's really tight grading requirements. So it's an area that FAA expects an aircraft to be able to traverse without impacting any abrupt grade changes. And then beyond that is the runway object-free area, and that goes out to 400 feet, so another 150 feet. That's an area in case the airplane continues on its course off the runway, it doesn't strike anything that would, damage the airplane or hurt anybody on the ground. And so that's the standard that's based on the runway taxiway separation. So they're not very likely to modify those. You guys are a good example of one that they used to modify or they had a mitigation for. You physically did not have the separation, and so that's where the mitigation was to, okay, what is 320 feet? The formula for the runway object-free area, it's a formula, and I won't quote it to you, but basically 95 feet equals 320 feet of separation. So that's how you guys got there. And so that's a good example of how the FAA would modify a standard. But currently, they're trying to get all standards met. There's obviously things at your airport that just are impractical. The terrain there slopes quite a bit, so there's standards for everything, on an airfield, and it may not be related to safety. So some of the standards related to pavement slope, so like pavement slope on the apron, the gradient, that's there for drainage. It's also on a runway. The cross slope on a runway is there for drainage and keeping water from, ponding and standing and creating potential for hydroplaning. So some of those standards that are, physically impractical to do are modifications of standards. And you have several of those on your ALP. So there's a list of modified standards on the ALP. There are 13 of them that are on there. And there's actions associated with each of those. Some of them say, correct in the future. Others, remain. And there's not a plan to mitigate those. And so that process has been worked through in your current ALP. We took a look at those standards because they occur in a lot of different places just to see where are we encountering something that's a non-standard condition. We actually turned up a few more. We found 10 more non-standard conditions when we looked into it. So the list is like 23, and then identified, where do those non-standard conditions exist? Is there a vehicle service road that happens to go in the runway object free area that may happen at 10 different locations? And so tried to identify all of those. And we came up with about 96 instances that a condition was not being met, and then listed those, identified them for the discussion with the FAA. So the non-negotiable conditions, like I said, are really based around setbacks. Ones that are negotiable typically are things like in a runway object-free area or a taxiway object-free area where a vehicle service road might go in there. Those things can be mitigated by special operating conditions. So say there is a place on the southwest side of the airport in the runway shift scenario where the vehicle service road would go inside of the runway object-free area. An option for that could be there's a special operational procedure where the vehicle would stop and it would be marked for stopping. They would contact the tower ground control and get permission to go through that area when there's not an aircraft operation happening. So there's things like that can be put in place to mitigate non-standard conditions. And then there can be just permanent modifications. And the slope on the pavement is a very good example of a permanent mod to standard for your airport. It's not practical to really change that at that location. The slope of the ground is there and you can't really change it. It would require an inordinate amount of fill. So those types of things it would be a negotiation with the FAA, and they would look to improve things where you can. An example of that would be your runway centerline profile. It exceeds the overall slope criteria, but the most important part of that is really in the landing threshold. And so in the landing threshold, could you look, which is the first quarter length of the runway, could you look to flatten that out? And they're looking for a relatively flat surface there, so that as a pilot comes in, the runway is either not falling away quickly or it's not coming up quickly, and it doesn't have curves in it, so it's a relatively flat and smooth surface to land on. And so we've looked at that, and that is something that could be mitigated with some fill, and there's plenty of excavation on this project. So it would be a process of looking at what are those non-standard conditions, which ones can be remedied, which ones need a little extra work to remedy, or do you do some kind of mitigation, or you do the best you can. The FAA may put some of them off from a funding standpoint too, if they're not of the critical list, and put them in to be mitigated in the future. And then the other ones, like pavement slopes that are just inherent to your airfield, would be put into a permanent mod stand. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, sure. Steve, when Bob talks about flat, you're talking about a level grade, right? That's
yes.
What's particular about flat is one thing, but flat can be on a slope. But level grade, I think, is what you're talking about. Is that right, or is it just some sort of lower angle?
It's a gradient. Yeah, no, I'm talking about gradient. When I'm talking about the runway being relatively flat, so they want the slope to be between 0 and 0.8%, and the runway slope is over 2%. So can you raise the end of the runway to flatten out that first quarter on the north end, on the 15 end for the landing threshold? And it looks like you can. You don't have a parallel taxiway, so it's actually a relatively easy thing to do as part of the runway project.
George?
Yeah, so Bob, just to confirm again what you said in terms of what the FAA would look at in terms of modification standards, at least the two non-negotiable modification standards they would not continue would be in regards to setbacks and separation of runway and taxiway?
Yeah, runway and taxiway or fixed objects. You know, they really don't want anything fixed within either a runway object-free area or a taxiway object-free area. And examples of taxiway object-free area challenges are on the north end of taxiway Alpha, where there are buildings and parking and fuel facilities and things like that that are relatively close to the taxiway, and they really come into play when you look at shifting the taxiway east. And that standard would lead to the relocation of the tower or construction of a new tower and demolition of the existing one in the common ground scenario. It's a taxiway object-free area.
And so going from 320 feet separation to now the requirement by the FAA, at least for a Type 3 designation, would need to be 400 feet.
Correct. Yep, it's an 80-foot shift. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly?
Thank you. I'm just a little confused. So under the common ground recommendations, do we achieve the taxiway object-free area zone or not?
We do.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. You get the runway setback criteria, taxiway setback criteria. There are a few places. So on the southeast corner, the Alpha 9 intersection, there is a piece of the taxiway object-free area where the VSR road will go through it. And then on the opposite side, over by the west end on Bravo taxiway, that Teacup, there's an area where the vehicle service road, it's a perimeter road that the ops people use to get from one side of the airfield to the other. There may be operational parameters that are put in, special operational conditions put into place to allow a modification in some locations.
There are some, the hangar for ground equipment and the fueling facility is in that recommendation. Those do get modified in that common ground recommendation to also provide that area in the area right near the tower, Commissioner.
Mm-hmm.
And it would require an operating modification to bump out around the tower, right?
It would, yeah. A temporary one is what the thoughts are there, right? It's until the tower can be relocated.
Can I ask a point of clarification, Steve, real quick? So that would be though where they would get there, call the tower would tell them to stop until it was clear, and then they could bump out around the facility, kind of like what would happen over at the AOC if we didn't move that back. So it's a temporary modification. Okay.
Yeah, I think the two on the south end, where the geometry or the land available at both the east and west sides, those would need to be permanent operational, special operational conditions. But it happens all the time at airports. There would be a stop sign, there'd be signage. It'd be part of the training and briefing that anybody that drives on an airport has to go through training. That would be part of the training process. So it wouldn't be, it's not that unusual to have that happen, and it would be very easy to implement and enforce.
I would say that John put up the circular relative to non-standard conditions. Even in other airports, that is where the FAA prioritizes its discretionary funding. So they would say, if you're going to get our money, we want you to prioritize fixing these things as opposed to something else at the airfield. And that's the primary way the FAA enforces that in terms of they prioritize the money, because those are the things they want their money to go to fix those conditions.
Mm-hmm. And it's also how they prioritize their money within the overall national program.
Right.
Projects at airports get ranked, and funding goes to projects, and safety is a really high criteria, and a lot of points go to projects that involve safety improvements.
Kelly?
Yeah, would you summarize that the common ground recommendation provides significant, if not complete, but significant opportunity to remove those modifications of standards from our current condition?
Yes, it does. Yeah, all of it contingent. Well, a lot of it contingent upon funding, but yes, the opportunity is there. There will be.
I have a question. I have a question about. Oh, go ahead, Bob. Finish your thought.
Sorry. Yeah, let me finish Kelly's question. All of the modifications to the standards won't go away. There will be some modifications left, but the majority of them will go away.
Bob, would it be helpful to have that map up? I can pull that up.
Bob,
Yeah.
I have a question about the slope. Did we raise the north end of the runway slightly during construction of, rebuilding the runway or moving it over? Does that affect then the length of the runway that would be required for heavier planes for their stopping distance? I think when we extended the runway, it was probably taken into account that they're kind of using the slope of it as part of their braking power for, they're going uphill when they're landing, so they don't need as much braking power to stop. If we level the runway out a little bit, will we need a longer runway for the same size of plane?
It's a good question. I don't think the change in grade is going to be that drastic that it's going to make a difference from stopping distance. Stopping distance is something that's always looked at, but typically the criteria or the most demanding criteria for runway length is takeoff distance.
The first quarter of it too is the areas essentially while they're doing their flare. It's essentially the part they're not actually touching in a landing, Commissioner, but it allows them to do that very controlled. If you only change that first quarter, as Bob had suggested, the majority of their braking run is essentially on the current 2.1% slope runway.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
Okay, thank you. John, you have the new slide up. What are we talking about here then?
I was just putting it up for reference as we're talking about those modification points. I just, kind of review real quick. I think the pinch points and the common ground recommendation, either from a modification of standards or just past decisions, you've got the bump out for the tower. You've got the runway piece down here where we're actually proposing to shorten, and the purpose of that was to be able to get a full turn of a Group 3 aircraft in here. And then it's likely that the partial taxiway and crossings will continue to be an issue. This does meet the separation standards, which has been a prime priority that the FAA I think has had, even as indicated as far back as the mid-90s. So I was just putting it up in case we needed to reference it, Steve, while you're having these discussions.
Hey, Bob, right behind where the large jets are parked, there's a couple of islands there that are unique to this plan.
Right here, Rich?
Yeah, right there.
Right.
Can you talk to those a little bit and why those are there and how the GA coming down the ramp helps them or helps airlines to queue up ahead of GA?
Yeah, so the islands are part of a current FAA safety initiative to separate apron areas from direct access to the runway. And so you see there's an angled taxiway, Alpha 4, and a straight taxiway there, Alpha 5. Current standards is off of a ramp to isolate those so that you can't, by mistake, go directly from the apron parking area directly onto the runway. So those are part of standard modifications to meet current standards. They also that also provides though a inner taxiway then on the terminal side of those islands, and a taxiway for those commercial aircraft to back onto the taxi lane, and then be able to move to the south towards the end of towards the runway or over to the de-icing pad and get into the queue ahead of an airplane potentially if that was needed, ahead of an airplane that was on the parallel taxiway Alpha. So it really kind of helps with flow in the commercial area, also with the GA that's coming, from the FBO area south to the 3-3 in for departure. It would be nice to do islands all the way along the taxi or the apron, but as you get to the north, there's just not the space available there on the FBO side to be able to do that. So that would end up being a modification of standard.
And I believe one of the things, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the experience working group, this is one of the things I liked about this opportunity here is that at times it seemed like if you're in a commercial plane, that the GA was queuing up and you had to sit and wait until a lot of them got out. So this gives an opportunity maybe for the GA or for the commercial to get out a little quicker.
That was certainly a conversation about location of the terminal. There was some conversation about locating the terminal on the west side and taxiing the commercial airplanes around. And one of the cons of doing that was that commercial aircraft are more likely to get lined up behind GA aircraft then, versus here you're closer to the takeoff point.
I have a question about the when there's a whole lot of planes taxiing to go for takeoff, so there's a long line of planes waiting. Then you have a commercial flight comes in, they need to get off of the runway and over to the terminal. They would be crossing the line of the taxiing aircraft at some point. How does the FAA ground control handle that to create a gap for an incoming airplane to get across the taxiing aircraft?
Currently, they give ground instruction to the taxiing aircraft to hold short of a crossing taxiway. There are spots along there that they ask them to stop and hold at to create those breaks.
Okay, so they typically would wait there before crossing the intersection. Basically, they need a complete space. They can get their plane completely out of the cross taxiway, and they don't move until they can move that far forward. Is that correct?
Yeah, the tower would release them to move forward in the queue, closer to the runway, and then hold the next one up if they had to.
Okay, I get that.
Yeah.
It's really similar to the zipper effect on the traffic jam on Main Street and places where the RAPTA buses get to cut in, and people just kind of end up understanding there's a place where you hold, even though it's not marked on the highway, for the RAPTA bus to get in ahead of them. And it's sort of really the same principle as that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty complicated definitely on busy days.
Kelly?
Yeah, I don't know, I haven't thought of this before, but is there any risk that our operation procedures will change so that we're not landing and taking off in the same direction?
No.
Okay.
No, approach procedures won't change. Too much terrain to to the south.
Okay,
Too
thanks.
many people to the south.
And you also have
Yeah.
the slope of the runway, and there's a lot involved in that. So I just want to make sure, from the board's perspective too, understanding what an airport layout plan is it's really a space reservation document for the FAA to see if we've got a future development plan that largely will meet their requirements. But there is a lot that happens between an ALP and a project going on the ground in terms of design, assessment from different, bureaus in the FAA, whether it be air traffic control or airports division or what have you, to really hone in during the design phase a lot of the specifics that I think you all are going to have questions about, but we haven't really gone fully to that next step until we know what is that airport layout plan and that vision that we want to bring forward.
So Steve, can I ask John a question?
Yeah, go ahead,
So
Patty, and then we'll do George.
if we were to need to amend or recreate our airport layout plan, if we were to go with the common ground thing with all of the solar and all that, we would need to bring that in? Because right now, I don't think the existing ALP has those spaces reserved for solar farms and APUs even maybe. So that would be a positive of having to upgrade again the ALP, is we could bring in all those energy efficiencies and green technologies and all the electrification and all the stuff I think that we really want to do out there.
Yeah, and I may turn to Mike and Bob as to that level. I think, Patty, in terms of the solar farm pieces and drainage pieces where we're allocating property that's been purchased for aviation reasons for use, we have to show the space reservation for that use. I don't know that some of the details in terms of the electrification of the airfield, I'm not sure. I think the ICAO parking would be represented in the ALP, but I guess I'd ask you guys what level it goes down to.
The orangey
Yeah.
spaces on the new, on the vision committee's proposal.
Bob or Mike, do you have more thoughts on that?
Yeah, you're correct, John. It's more than a pretty picture with colors and shapes, but it is a lot of a pretty picture with colors and shapes, and it identifies, like you said, space and function of space. So, yeah, you wouldn't get down to the detail of what kind of ground hookups or things like that you would have in the parking spaces, but definitely the solar field, drainage features. Those larger things, those larger elements of the airport, you definitely want to show.
You could get the glare study done and codified in the ALP. So, for instance, that solar on the airport property on the other side of the highway could become, it always was planned there, and it's what you're doing.
So can I add on to that, the reservation of more parking over by the AOC for planes, that hatch, that red hatch over there, is that on airport property, all of it? It's not on the airport ranch, Lotta's old ranch there?
That's all airport property.
Okay, because Lotta's is further up the hill into that little valley there.
It's all up in here. In fact, some of the trails and such, I believe, traverse airport property before they hit open space property. We have agreements with open space and trails on that.
It looks like the road access to the airport ranch to Lotta's property, as Lotta used to like to call it, looks like it kind of goes across airport property also then.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And
the ditch.
Going back to your other question though, Patty, about the airport layout plan and what level of detail it would go into, I think that's why, that's one of the reasons that the Vision Committee is recommending that a vision document be adopted by resolution, so that there is a record of what these further kind of vision recommendations are that wouldn't necessarily be represented.
So
in
a
the
guidance
FAA's
document
process.
for creation of the ALP. And I'm not getting into color of carpet or color of walls, so don't worry about that. At least not right now. Maybe after
Okay,
lunch.
George?
Yeah, thanks. So John, just going back to when you first started the presentation this morning, or at least for the modifications, you gave some history. And so when we first started to look at updating the airport layout, the master plan, we came up with, as you said, 16 different options.
Mm-hmm.
And we went through all those options, and we came down to the airport layout plan that was submitted to the FAA and approved by the FAA. Now we have this new recommendation by the Vision Committee, and my question is, it seems like there's an either or do nothing. It's probably not going to be a hybrid in between these two. I guess that's my question.
Yeah, a hybrid in between these two would probably require, and we talked about this in terms of, is there a Goldilocks number in terms of, some, movement in between or such. And the determination was based on cost and benefit. There really didn't seem to be that kind of Goldilocks option, as I think I nicknamed it. What's the Goldilocks option here? Mike or Bob, I don't know if you could probably add to that a little bit in terms of what those challenges were, if you can remember back that far now to those discussions.
Yeah, you were on the right track there, John. It's you end up impacting both. If we tried to move the taxiway, say 20 feet and the runway 60 feet, you impact everywhere with additional costs and additional construction. And it was just, I think we ended up determining that it wasn't beneficial. It didn't provide, any more benefit than moving one or the other.
So,
Okay, thanks.
Steve, I don't know how I can see my. So that brings me a concern about FAA and how, and this will be I know we'll have this discussion in the future. How can we convince them that by modifying the existing ALP, we are actually doing a better job, allowing better technology, working with the community? Because I know FAA is pretty much fit to be tied with us not being able to make up our minds. They want us to move forward. They wanted us to dig, a year ago. And we said we can't move dirt because we don't really know where the community wants us to go. So that's going to be a hurdle, I think, for us as electeds to find a way we can work with FAA to come up with acceptance of whatever our decision is at the end of the day if we change it from the existing ALP.
Yeah, and that's really going to be sitting down at the table, demonstrating how the proposed plan meets, the goals as we understand them, that the FAA has laid out since 2012 now, when we first had our ALP rejected and really started on this, what's been a lengthy path to figure out options. And we'll need to be responsive to concerns that come back if we have not, thought of them at this point. And so we're not going to know how much of the common ground vision we're going to be able to accomplish until we settle on a vision. We sit down and start having these conversations and really pushing for them. But if we're saying, well, we might do this or we might do this, I think right now that strategy would not be good.
Yeah, I think we need to have a direction and a plan, and then we have to And I think it's not actually convincing FAA, it's actually being honest with them and saying, how can we best work with you to accomplish this that meets your goals, meets our community goals?
And I think that's why you're hearing from, some members of the community that perhaps going a different way of managing the airport, like a privatized airport or such, maybe, takes a seat away from the table in terms of those conversations. And we'll be having that discussion in a few minutes, yeah.
Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah, this brings up, I guess, for me two sort of bigger process conversations. And the first one would be, at what point, so Rich had presented in the past kind of the coming years, what those would look like. So I guess I would wonder, when in those coming years do those negotiations sort of get fixed, right? Like, what is the period for those negotiations to happen before, the FAA is like, all right, this is what we're settling on, to move forward on a project. And then associated with that is like a funding question. So I guess I'm wondering what county dollars are going to be expected to be committed? Is it entirely coming from the enterprise fund, or will there be any expectation of general fund contributions?
So the first question is probably easier to answer. So the first conversation with the FAA is presenting a new ALP for approval, and that's basically what kicked off this process in the first place. And so once the master plan, we have an approved airport layout plan, then that sets the basis for the next steps of doing any environmental processes or additional environmental processes that may be required, and then going into design and construction and planning out the grants with the FAA. And so really the important thing for the FAA right now is that we have an ALP that we can agree to, a set of future improvements, and that we can start planning towards that. Now, we're frankly a little bit out of order for a change potentially this large, that we have a FONSI out on a master plan that had already been approved both by the board and the FAA. But we also made a commitment that we would listen to the community in terms of our project development and such. And so the bigger change than I think we were anticipating out of that process. And so it's a more difficult conversation, but that is the basic order. And I'll just look to Mike and Bob, see if I'm missing any big steps there. Those are the meta steps, I guess. There's a lot of smaller detailed steps in between there.
Yeah, I don't think you're too far off, John. That conversation with your partner, the FAA, and the funding part is a negotiation that has to happen. Going to them with a vision in a form of an ALP or a layout plan, it won't be fully vetted. It will have to go through the planning process, and it'll be schematic like this initially, but it's a tool for communication. The funding part of it is going to be, a conversation too. There's a program, schematic, again, very rough initial take at a 11-year program to get through the development. That's all contingent upon funding and availability of funding from the FAA, because the airfield is very heavily reliant on that funding. So, it's a negotiation that includes project scope and then project funding with them.
Yeah, and so that goes to your second question, Kelly, which is it's difficult to answer until we get into more detailed design. However, based on the estimates, what we do know is that under our traditional kind of funding mechanisms and the enterprise fund, that our fees would have to go up significantly, particularly on the airlines and fuel and those sorts of things to accommodate these projects. And so we're going to have to assess through design the feasibility of funding things all at once versus do we want to phase things a little bit more on the funding, or do we develop another funding source? Now, that could be additional grants. I think there's a factor of cost associated with our efforts at greenhouse gas and emissions reductions and such, like electrifying the airfield and those sorts of things, that there may be other funding sources for that we have not identified yet, but it's difficult for us to develop those, again, until we know what direction we're going, what problems we're solving for. Mm-hmm. So it's not a great answer, but it's to say this is going to be really hard to do under our current revenues. We're going to have to develop new revenues, whether that be through our existing lease arrangements, our grant opportunities, working with the airlines on their passenger fees and those sorts of things, and then seeing if we can pull down any other revenues related to greenhouse gas emissions and such, or alternative business models that may allow us to develop those at less impact to the enterprise fund.
Okay.
So there's a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
George?
So Bob, let's assume that we want to present a new ALP to the FAA. What would you say, how long would that process take? A year and a half, 2 years?
Yeah, it depends on how complicated it is.
Well, you've seen the one that we're discussing.
Yeah, it's the common ground recommendation. We have a year in there for that. We think that's feasible, built into the schedule for the ALP. It's it's going to be a half a year-ish type of review process with the FAA, 6 months, maybe a little bit more.
I mean, FAA is not being affected in terms of with COVID, in terms of their resources and staffing available and everything else that's going on.
They don't attend. They don't necessarily attend in-person meetings. We've been doing a lot of virtual meetings. They're all working, so I don't, no, not necessarily has impacted them drastically. It's the upfront part, George, that's going to take some time, or may take some. It's the wild card. Is okay, here's the vision, getting buy-in on the vision, and then coming up with a plan to, okay, how can we fund this? And that's it's almost a negotiation. The ALP negotiation, I think, is also going to be a negotiation of funding with them, that they're going to tie those two together. If they're going to agree to do it, they're going to need to agree to a plan they can implement internally from a funding.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And just adding on to that may speak to the board establishing kind of your priorities for investment, which may not align with the FAA's, so that we understand what the negotiation is going forward too.
So tagging on to that same question, if we decided to move the runway over, which is what is currently approved by the FAA, so then the changes we would be making would be much more modest in terms of what is already approved. There would be some changes in the modifications that we're making to the ALP that we would want the FAA to approve. How long would that process take compared to doing the common ground recommendation?
Significantly less. Yeah, the things that would be changed in the current ALP if you move the runway would be more of the initiatives from the environmental noise impacts, like reconfiguring the FBO apron, expanding the apron. There's an apron expansion already on the plan, but you're going to expand it a little bit more incrementally up there.
Here, let me go to
It's both ALP and environmental, because basically that project is cleared through NEPA for the most part with probably a very simple reevaluation.
This is that space on the EA, I think, Bob, that you're referring to.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. So the combination, good point, Mike. Combination of the ALP plus the environmental documentation, whatever that might be, would be, I would assume, less or half the time or less even.
And so I'd also add that from the Vision Committee's perspective, the upfront process of the common ground recommendation of getting an approved ALP and the environmental would be longer. But as we had talked about previously, the construction time frame would be shorter. And I think at least in our estimates, Bob and Mike, those two almost net out with each other. So at the bottom line results occur on about the same timeline, Steve. It's just our time, energy, and money is spent in different areas.
John,
Okay.
if I could tag onto that, what about actual closure of the runway in terms of disabling the functionality of the airport? I think there's a difference there too, right? If we go with the existing one, moving the runway definitely means we're closing for, what is it, 3 or 4 operating seasons. So it's a lot. Maybe process time is longer, but actual closure of the operation is longer when we're moving the runway, as I understand. That's still the case, and I don't know if we're remembering that.
Yes, that's still the case.
Could I ask another question, slightly unrelated? I don't like to get into specific taxiway design, but I have a question regarding on the south end of the runway. The teacup involves 3 hairpin, 3 90-degree corners. Can the taxiway not just have one large radius 90-degree turn at the end of the taxiway that takes you to the full length of the runway, just by flattening that 90-degree a little bit? You had another slide that zoomed in. No doubt this has come up, that maybe there's just some flat-out denial from the FAA. But on the east side taxiway, it seems you could have one large radius 90-degree corner that could get the aircraft. Maybe it would be flattened, might not be totally 90 degrees. It'd be a big arcing arc here up on that. Right in there.
Are you talking?
You would arc from that to the end of the runway, but the planes were held at that location where the first 90-degree turn is. It seems like you have the same difference in safety. It's eliminating 3 hairpin turns and a runway crossing. Was that considered? Does that make sense?
I think so. Let me see if I understand it. So the current taxiway is like that. It's just a constant curve from Alpha to Alpha 9, the parallel. The problem with that is the position or the location of the hold line. Then the hold line ends up not being perpendicular to the taxiway or parallel with the runway center line, and so the aircraft can't turn there sufficiently to look towards the arriving aircraft, so looking down the runway towards the 15 end. And okay. so that those long sweeping turns just don't allow the aircraft to get in the right position to safely look both is you have to see both ways before they enter the surface.
Okay, so they're actually turning 90 degrees and stopping so they can look both directions. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Yeah.
I knew there was a good answer, I just didn't know what it was.
Yeah, good question.
I'll throw it back to the
Okay,
engineers.
yep. Yeah, any other questions? If we're gonna do a break before noon, we have, minus 1 minute to do our break at this point, but, and I don't know what time the attorneys are going to be joining us. I know it's
They're in the
around
attendees. If
round
you-
right now.
So they have just joined. They're on the attendees. We're going to elevate them to panelists now. So I will leave it up to the board if you want to keep going right now through with our council at the table, or if you need a little break.
I say let's go.
Yeah, I'm okay with going. I am going to leave my seat and go to the restroom really quickly, but I'll be back. So Kelly, if we keep going, then if you could welcome them, I'll be back in, a couple minutes here.
Okay, happy to. So let's see.
And I think John Ely is prepared to make introductions. I think Bob and Mike, you're free to stay on or enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good
Thank
to
you,
see you
guys.
all.
Yeah,
Okay,
thanks
thank
for
you.
your help.
Yep. See you later.
All right, so I'll turn it over to John Ely to lead us into the next part.
The next part. Okay, thanks, Kelly. So on the phone with us now are our special counsel regarding airport affairs. Both attorneys are with the firm of Holland and Knight, David Whitestone and Ben Slocum, and you can see their IDs just by their Zoom identifiers there. So both of these fellas have a wide-ranging experience, not only in aviation law and airport law, but as well as dealing with the federal regulatory agencies that affect the operations and and construction and functionality of airport facilities. The principal purpose of the conversation today was to take care of or answer the best way possible outstanding questions that the board has concerning privatization in that peculiar term that it is, and what it means and what's the prospect of it, and what is the advisability of pursuing it. However, to take advantage of David and Ben being on the line with us, assuming that the board may have other questions, not to blindside these two guys, but if there are things that they can respond to right off the top of their head, that would be great. And if not, we may have to allow them some time to do some background research and get back to us at a different Zoom call. So, Kelly or anybody, any of the other commissioners, I've heard the topic of the privatization being bantered about forever now. New life was breathed into it when Amory Levins wrote his op-ed piece in the paper. I'm not sure if the perspective on the issue has changed any in the last few weeks. So perhaps it would be better to have one of the commissioners inquire as to what exactly the issue is that you feel you need to have answered, and if you don't feel comfortable in framing up the issue, then we can just let Ben and David discuss the matter and fill in the holes perhaps that way.
Okay, well, I'm happy to take it on unless Steve has rejoined as chair and wants to do that.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Okay. So, information was presented to our board in the course of collecting public comment on this, that a number of airports ranging up in the 20s around the country have pursued privatization from a public airport to some nature of private structure. And that's been presented to us as a possible path to allow the county to have the greatest amount of control over the decisions related to the future of our airport. And so we've been requested to consider that as a path forward to, I think, figure out if it lets us have greater determination over some of the design features and operational features that would let us help to end up at a place where we can choose the type of aircraft that we would prefer to land here, or the number of operations that we have, and how that is allocated between commercial and general aviation. So, you know, that's been presented to us as a path to pursue, and I think our board would like to understand the possibility of that, what could be gained, what we would give up, where there's been success on attempting this at other airports, and if those other airports are, you know, comparable to Aspen Pickin Airport. So hopefully I framed that comprehensively, unless other members of the board think I've bungled that up.
Yeah, can I just, that was the question I didn't ask the other day, was the comparisons of the ones we know made it through the privatization process. What were their benefits? What similarities do they have with our airport? Are they, you know, small like Linwood Springs or El Monte, California, El Monte Airport, you know, those little airports. So, I mean, because we need to be able to compare an apple to an apple and not throw in grapes and radishes and potatoes. I'm getting hungry, can you tell?
So thank you, Ben and David. We appreciate you tackling that question for us.
Well, thank you all for inviting us to speak. We're more than happy to talk to you about these issues, and certainly we appreciate the opportunity to hope that we can give you the information that you're looking for here today. Especially, and I appreciate you taking time over your lunch hour to hear us. What you've raised is, there's a lot of aspects to it. So I will start off by saying that David and I have both read the op-ed piece that was written, and we saw that number that was in the mid-20s of the number of privatized airports. We were not sure how they got to that number. We have some suspicions that that number may include airports that were formerly military airports, designated as surplus, and subsequently sold off to private holders, and are now being treated as private airfields. I will tell you that I'm aware of only one fully, truly 100% private airport in the country, and that is Branson, Missouri, because that airport was built from the ground up with a private designer, a private funding, and they continue to operate it and run the airport entirely privately. I think it's important, and I'll use that as a segue into the idea that I think it's important to understand that privatization is not an on-off switch. It's not a private or a public. It is a range of options, beginning with if an airport has a private service provider, that is your lowest, you know, maybe a private service provider provides the custodial services at the airport. That is your base level, it's your lightest level of privatization. But that's one end of the spectrum, all the way up to the airport being sold or long-term leased to a private entity. If you think about it now, as a public operator from the airport, you have three stakeholders. You have county, you have the air carriers, and you have the federal government. What you're effectively doing by privatizing it is adding in a fourth stakeholder, that private entity that will now be the long-term lessor or owner of the airport. they have a program, the airport, they have an airport investment privatization program that was a pilot program that they are now in the process of rolling out and lifting the caps on. We are aware of 12 airports that have attempted to go down that process. 3 have actually made it all the way through that process. And of those 3, 1 has since reverted to public. One has only been recently approved with heavy conditions and heavy restrictions on that, to the point that the airport has not transferred yet because they're still finalizing their funding. And then the third one is San Juan, Puerto Rico, which is running as a privatized entity now. And we can get into the details. The 3 airports that I speak of, I mentioned San Juan, the one that was public and then since went back to, or was privatized, and then after 6 years of not being profitable, so it went back to being public, was Stewart Airport in Newburgh, New York, and that got retaken over by the New York, New Jersey Port Authority. And the one that's recently been approved but not yet transferred is something called Everglades down in Florida, northwest of Miami, by some tens of miles, as I understand it, that they are trying to develop into a viable commercial airport, whether for cargo and or passenger traffic, I'm not entirely sure. I think it's important to note that you have to split the privatization into 2 sets of benefits. And privatization is really about reaping economic benefits from the airport. It's about, you can get, the private entity can get certain exemptions from the FAA to use revenues for non-airport purposes. They're allowed to profit off it, essentially. At the same time, the public agency that is selling or leasing out the airport under the long-term lease, they get the economic benefit of being able to use those revenues in the community. They don't have to use those revenues for airport purposes. And that's really the reason behind the San Juan airport going private, in that they had issued so many bonds and they were under such crushing bond debt in San Juan. That was their way of getting out of it. What you're not going to get under privatization is you're not going to get the relief of the operational constraints. You are still going to be subject to all of the FAA safety requirements. The private entity essentially stands in the shoes of the public operator for those. Still subject to the FAA safety requirements. You're still subject to the FAA operational controls. Follow what ATC says. You does not gain you any additional rights. You don't all of a sudden have the right to impose slots, and you don't have the right to start curbing the traffic that comes in to the airport. You're not allowed to adversely affect the traffic coming into the airport. It would be considered a form of economic discrimination, and the FAA is going to frown upon that. As I said, FAA will expect you to continue to operate as the airport was under the public, when it was being operated by a public entity. And in some cases, you even have to, for certain uses of the revenue and certain things you want to do, you have to get the airlines to sign off on it, a certain percentage of the airlines and users of the airport. So that's kind of how you have to think about it. You have to split it in 2. And I apologize. I'm sure there's something I missed in there, or that this may generate follow-up questions. So please.
And I'm happy to offer a couple of additional thoughts, if it's acceptable to you all. So you keep in mind there's 5,000 airports in the U.S., and as Ben said, the Congress created this program in 1994 to try to encourage the privatization of aviation facilities, and since that time it's actually been amended twice to try to get more participation And at this point in time, as you noted, there's only been 12 airports that have gone down this road. And of course, 3 of those were successful, and 1 of them decided to revert back to public ownership. That leaves 9. Of those 9, 1's application was terminated. The other 8 all withdrew their applications. And back to the question that you all asked about what kind of airports, it really is across the spectrum. You've got some very large ones that have initially started the process but withdrew, and you put New Orleans in that category, and Chicago Midway, for example. They started the process and for various reasons decided that it wasn't in the best interest. St. Louis comes to mind. You've also got some more mid-sized airports that have found the exact same situation. Niagara is a good example. Gwinnett County Airport in Georgia. One thing to think about in the context of privatization is if you are a public owner of an airport, Ben laid out a little bit of why you would want to privatize. If you think about it, if you reverse the lens, if you will, and think, why would an entity that's a private sector entity want to acquire an airport? It's because as a general proposition, they see a profit gain in that, and that's what private entities do. And so they may see an airport that's underutilized. They think that they can increase the fees. The way you increase fees, of course, is you increase traffic. You put additional fees on passengers. You, of course, can generate fees through concessions and things of that nature. And what they found in the situation in New York, where the airport was privatized and then reversed, was that the owner decided to get out of the privatization because they were unable to increase the fees sufficiently to offset the investment that they had made. So they were unable to generate additional flights to passengers to the level that they wanted in order to satisfy their investment. So they decided to get out of it. Port Authority decided to acquire that property back. So there hasn't been a whole lot of success in the privatization market. There are some benefits in terms of financing. There's a lot of offsets too in terms of risk. For example, one thing is a privately owned airport may not have the same access to tax exemptions on a state and local basis. And in some instances, that's a significant consideration. In fact, the General Accountability Office had done a report and noted that as one of the principal issues. As a general proposition, too, the airlines who serve the airports still have a role in the decision making, regardless of who owns or is operating the airport. And so there are different entities involved in the approval and decision making process. The last thing that I would note before I turn it back to you all is it is a generally very lengthy process. Puerto Rico got through pretty expeditiously in 3 years. That's true. The situation, the example that Ben referenced in Florida was 9 years and counting. And really, those are probably the two that are presently in that process that have gotten through, that are still heading in that direction. And so you can tell that this is not something that you can turn around very quickly. There's a process through which you go that involves the FAA as the guarantor of all the different grant assurances that have been committed to by an airport when it's taken federal money still have to be honored for the most part. And some of those constrain what an airport can do in the future. And so, those, when you add up all of those different things, for the most part, the airports and prospective owners or lessees of airports have not rushed to the privatization process thus far.
And one more thing, just to pick up on David's point about the length of time that it took. There's also an expense in doing it. You mentioned San Juan, Puerto Rico came through fairly quickly in 3 years. It also cost them over $16 million to get it done. Chicago Midway, which we said was an example of one that didn't work. They spent 7 years trying to get it done and spent, $17 million and ended up with nothing to show for it on their privatization. So there's a financial expense component to it as well.
So, Steve?
From my perspective, I'm sorry.
Can I just real quick, John? So what I'm hearing is that if we were to become private, the gain for us would be we'd still be having to follow FAA rules and regs for the most part, because of safety issues and airspace and all that, which I can understand. The gain for us would be we'd have control over the money. But the problem is we'd have to put that, we could use that money anywhere we wanted. We could use it for public health. We could use it for road and bridge. But the problem is we would have to be trying to build up something in order to maintain and improve and whatever our own airport. So I'm not quite, besides the time frame and the cost of going through the process and the likelihood of success at the end of the day. So I just needed to clarify that in my own mind from what I'm hearing in these different letters we've received from the public. Because, I have 3 letters ahead in front of me, and they all say something different about privatization. So I just needed to have these gentlemen who are legal counsel and who deal with this, that's their livelihood, give me some clarification. So I really appreciate the opportunity. I know we're not done yet, so there's more.
Kelly?
Thank you. So I just want to confirm that. So would the FAA continue to offer grants to private airports?
There is, yes, a privatized airport is still eligible to receive grants. There's a slightly higher matching percentage that has to be met. I would look this off the top of my head. I believe right now it's 10%. It's a public agency. I think that percentage goes up to, I want to say 30% if the airport becomes privatized. But I would also say that I'm doing that from the top of my head. I'm not. I don't have that right in front of me at this moment. But so yes, still eligible for grant money with a larger match.
And then another question I have: can a public entity be a private airport operator? Like, can the county, should we want to, if we wanted to privatize, could the county be a private entity, or by our organization, does that prohibit us, and would we be required to hire a private operator?
I'm not sure that I've heard of that type of arrangement before. That would be one that I would want to take back and take a look at, because I would want to understand. I would want to understand the underlying reasons for wanting to set it up that way as well. And I'm not sure. Can you do that? Can you have one foot on either side of the line? I don't know if the FAA would allow that, because they have to approve the whole privatization process, both at the start of it, then you get your approval to go through and start soliciting investors and going through whatever state and local processes you need to go through that drive the long process as you solicit bidders and get financials and negotiate the transaction. And then the FAA has to sign off on it again. So I haven't heard of that, but I don't know if FAA would let you straddle the fence like that.
Because I think that's what's being asked of us, is to run our own airport in a private capacity. Yeah.
Publicly run a private airport.
Yeah.
So we have heard that there are certain things that Pickens County would have to repay to the FAA if we decided we wanted to privatize, and this is related to the grant assurances that we have made partly. also that it would probably take about 20 years or so before we could actually totally become a private airport. Could you explain those parameters?
Well, some of the, it's certainly true that the grant assurances are going to, if privatized, the grant assurances are going to run, are going to have to be carried forward by the private entity. And some of those grant assurances will run out over time. Some of them will continue in perpetuity to the extent grant money was used for the purchase of land. That land has to continue to be used for the airport. Typically what will happen, and those grant assurances that are, I'm going to leave the land-based ones aside for now. The grant assurances that are used for facilities are typically tied to the useful life of that facility. So typically that's 20 years, but the useful life of the item in question was longer. They would amortize it over that period of time. And you might be asked to repay the unamortized portion of that funding that was not used for that particular facility. Now, the point of this privatization program that FAA has implemented, you are able to ask for exemptions for certain of these, and some of these are the very linchpins of they exempt you from these grant exemptions to facilitate this privatization. And that goes back to those grant assurances that we were discussing about, that the private owner is allowed to turn a profit, and that the funds, any revenues generated, do not have to be reinvested back into the airport. They can be used for other reasons.
Kelly?
Oh, are there other exemptions that you think it would be helpful for our community to know?
Well, you can request an exemption from any of the grant assurances that you have. And I don't have the comprehensive list of what grant assurances you're working on in front of me at this point. But, you know, if there's, for example, if there's a noise abatement program that falls into your grant assurances. Now, I can tell you that the FAA is inclined to give the grant the exemptions that we talked about that facilitate the privatization under this program to privatize airports that they're running and trying to expand and streamline so that they can encourage the privatization. At the same time, they are very unlikely to grant exemptions from some of these. They're not going to suddenly grant you an exemption from following your noise abatement program, for example.
And I would offer on that score too that a couple of grant assurances that you would want to keep an eye on very closely are things like the airport's reasonable use decisions about how do you reasonably allow certain aircraft and users to access the field. The FAA is unlikely to change their mind on that. They are going to, like in all likelihood, continue to require that the airport operator, regardless of who it is, provides reasonable access to the airfield. That also includes a related or parallel grant assurance, which is really a prohibition against economic discrimination, where you would, possibly somebody could determine we like this kind of airport user, but not this kind of airport user for economic reasons, and try to prevent one or others from using that airfield. So there are some that they're kind of forgiving on, at least open to, I should say, probably more accurately. There are others that are just there, you know, when it comes to accessing a public airfield for which federal and public funds have been invested, they are going to continue to want to ensure that the public is at least has some access to that airfield.
So with regards to commercial aircraft, I know some people in our community would like to limit the number of GA aircraft that could land, or restrict the size of commercial airplanes who could land. Even if, for instance, if we had an ADG-3 runway, but they don't want to, we wouldn't want to have a 737 landing here because of it carries more people, it weighs more. Therefore, the private airport would want to restrict that. Would they be allowed to do that, given the FAA rules that you've just laid out? It sounds like you wouldn't be able to restrict those type of aircraft.
Well, I think you raised two separate points there. First, let's tackle the GA aircraft first. No, I don't think you could ratchet down the number of private jets and GA aircraft you're allowing in. That would fall back into that issue of economic discrimination and denying access to a public airfield and adversely affecting general aviation. FAA, we all think of FAA, number one duty is safety, and that's certainly the case. The number one priority is always going to be safety, but following behind that is access to airfields and ensuring reasonable use and reasonable availability to public airfields for the flying public. As to the issue of restricting certain commercial aircraft, in a privatization context, I think that becomes difficult, because if you think about it, that's directly in tension with the goal of the private entity that may be taking over the airport. They want to, and I think David alluded to this, was they're going to want to maximize profit. So that means more people coming through the airport, and that can be accomplished two ways, either more flights or larger aircraft. And to be honest, if you're the airlines, you're going to be pushing for both. So, because that's where the money's going to be coming from, and the private owner is going to have that incentive, to have the financial incentive to want to allow that. Coming at that from a public perspective, I don't know that FAA is going to allow you to arbitrarily restrict flights. If you can take Category 3 aircraft, FAA is not going to allow you to say, well, we're not going to allow the 737s. We're only going to allow smaller, even though you're equipped to do that. At that point, I think you may be trying to reach agreements with the airlines themselves, and that is another topic that carries with it its own set of pitfalls and considerations that you have to think closely about.
And also, if it was a private airport and that was decided to leave the current 95-foot wing restriction in place, which is a major modification of standards from the regular FAA rules, would a private airport be allowed to do that? Keep a modification of standards, become private, and then be able to kind of ignore the FAA rule on that?
Well, you're not going to be able to ignore, FAA is going to continue to have safety jurisdiction, and a separation standard like that is going to fall under the umbrella of safety. So no, you can't just, privatizing the airport does not allow you to ignore FAA rules in terms of what they view as necessary for the safe operation of the airport. Will they continue the modification? Maybe. It's, you can't predict going forward what, especially as we have change coming here into the election, and how who's going to be at FAA and what their priorities are going to be. You could, what somebody considers acceptable and willing to grant as the modification without problem now could change 2 years, 5 years, 10 years from now, depending on who's at FAA and what their personal priorities are, what they choose to focus on in terms of what they view as important from a safety perspective. So you could get somebody in there that decides, no, we're going to do everything by the book, and these modifications are not going to be acceptable anymore. So it's hard to predict the future in that respect.
Okay, thank you. Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah, I have 2 questions. So the first one I'll ask, can private airports set curfews, and does our curfew come into play or get threatened if privatization were to occur? And that's just my first question.
If your current curfew is acceptable to FAA and you're continuing that curfew under the exact same terms and standards that if the private entity were to continue that curfew under the exact same terms and standards that the FAA already allows, then I would not see a problem continuing that. If you tried to use that curfew as a mechanism to restrict flights, then I think, again, we're going to fall back onto that issue of reasonable access to a public airfield and economic discrimination.
Okay. And then my second question is, do private airports have more opportunity to create different fee structures? So I'm thinking about, possibly our desire to create a carbon offset fee, which we would, we want to pursue anyway, regardless of the privatization structure. But does that give any benefit?
I don't believe that you don't gain any additional rights to do that. But I also think that this is an area that is perhaps still developing, and I don't know that there's been that much out there on it, given how few airports have actually privatized under this program. And I'm not familiar with what particular fees. I can't tell you off the top of my head if San Juan or Everglades hasn't transferred yet, but San Juan, or if Stewart, at the time it was private, if they had imposed any sorts of these fees and what they would do. I think it's the sort of thing where it would potentially involve a conversation with FAA, but it would be the sort of thing where you would want to go to them in terms of, this is what we want to do, how do we do it? Not can we do X, but throw it to them to let you know what you can and can't do. And in my dealings with the airport folks at FAA headquarters, in my conversation, they seem certainly willing to have those sorts of conversations.
Mm-hmm.
On the topic of the curfew, it's an interesting one too, because back to the conversation that we had about why would a private investor or entity want to take on the airport, either as an owner or a long-term lessee, and of course generating more traffic and thus more revenues is the economic justification for that. A curfew is a cap that bumps the number of potential flights and passengers bumps up against, and so a private sector entity would likely want to get rid of a curfew, I would think, in order to maximize the number of hours that aircraft could use the airfield potentially, and so that's something that I think you would want to factor in. We have a saying in the aviation industry that the best way to make a large fortune in aviation is to make a fortune in the aviation industry to start with a large fortune because you'll end up with a small one by the time you're done with it. And it's really hard to generate passengers. So you would look for every opportunity you possibly could. Ostensibly, that would include flights beyond what a cap or a curfew currently requires.
Thank you.
Greg?
Steve, yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm a little concerned just about, it sounds as if the criteria and the assumptions that we're talking about here with Ben and David regarding privatization are typically in every other airport on the planet, probably except ours, it's about trying to increase profits and increase traffic and all this stuff. And I get that. That's probably what normal airfields do in communities. But that's not what we're trying to do here. What we're really trying to do is take some control over the air fleet mix coming in and the noise and the pollution associated with it to be able to mitigate for carbon emissions. These are more important to us. We're not trying to make this airport more profitable. So when I'm getting a little confused because when Ben, you said something about GA aircraft could not be discriminated against or reduced in number. That would be economic discrimination, denying access to a public airfield. I thought, okay, now you said public airfield, and I thought, well, wait a minute, we're trying to privatize here. Am I missing the description here? If the public are using an airfield, does that make it de facto public no matter what? And it's determined a public airfield by the FAA. So as a private airfield, we're still going to be inviting public in. So I was just concerned. You used public airfield, and I thought I was waiting for you to say private airfield because that's what we're trying to talk about. And then, David, you said something else just regarding the assurances. I did want to get to this and ask. There was another thing regarding, so the grant assurances. If we were to privatize, we would either have to pay back the grants or beg for relief somehow. And it sounds like begging for relief from the FAA might actually be an option, but then we'd have to pay back. I haven't heard that stated in a way that I understood it yet. And I'm not, so I want to make sure I understand that.
Let me try and take a swing at both of those. And then, first of all, on the public, I think we're using public in two different ways there. When we talk about a public airfield in terms of the public can use it, that's what we're talking about, a public airfield. On the flip side, we're talking about a publicly owned versus a privately owned, or and I'll lump into that privately owned category this idea that it's still owned, but it's a 99-year lease or whatever to a private entity who's going to run it for profit.
Okay, so I think that's what I wanted to hear. If you could elaborate.
Well, I think that's where the confusion is on that. And so when we talk about not being able to reduce access to a public airfield, we're talking about we're not talking about whether it's publicly owned or privately owned. We're talking about the airfield which the general public uses, as opposed to well, I mentioned Branson, which is privately owned and operated. That's a unicorn, but as opposed to like a military base or something like that that's privately owned by the Air Force or whatnot. And I'm sorry, in focusing on that, what was
yeah, sorry, yeah, still not clear for me. We'll have to go through that again. I'm sorry on that one for me. But then just regarding the grant assurances, can we pay them back? Do we have to run the clock out before we can do anything? Say we went private in 3 years or 7 years, whatever it was. Where would we stand regarding the assurances with the FAA and grants? Would we have to pay it back in entirety before we could operate? Would we would ask for exemptions? Or would they allow us to operate as a private airfield but have to pay back those grant assurances while we were a private entity, if there was any value to being a private airfield?
Well, let me take a step back. I think that the grants, you've received, to the extent they are for safety and for things such as like reconfiguring the airfield to increase the separation. Remember, whether the airport is publicly owned or privately owned, I'll try to be better about distinguishing that in my language, there's still going to be, FAA is still going to have what I will call safety jurisdiction over that airport. So presumably that money would then be used and then amortized over the life of the improvement, regardless of whether it is publicly owned or privately owned.
So we wouldn't have to pay that back. It would be amortized, though.
But yeah, you would use it. You would use the money and then amortize it out. Typically, where you see a lot of the grant assurance monies having to be repaid is when an airport is closed. So if you made those airfield improvements and 5 years down the line just said, you know what, we don't want an airport in Pickens County, tried to close it down, then you'd be on the hook for 15 years, 20, whatever the balance of the amortization period. But where you're using the grant money, as long as the private owner and private operator of the airport is continuing to use the airfield as it was, for commercial service and public general aviation, then there's not an issue there where they're going to make you pay back the grant assurance money.
Yeah, it sort of said it another way. We talk about two different things. We have the legislation, the statute, the regulations tend to confuse us a little bit because of the language that's used, right? It is called privatization, but functionally it really isn't. It is the privatization of the operations of the airfield and not necessarily ownership. And so if you were to go into a situation where, for example, you just want to sell the airport in its entirety and operate it and own it privately, in that instance, the FAA is going to say, yes, pay us our money back. Now, if it is a conversion to a private operator, as Ben said, to the extent that they continue to operate it as it was, in those instances, there are some grant assurances that you may get some relief on. There are others that you won't. You have to have that conversation with the FAA. But that situation is going to constrain the owner who's leased out the airport on a long-term lease to the operator on what they can do at the airfield. It still has to comply with a lot of these things that the federal government's going to require as it regards access.
Okay, thank you. I think we're getting close. That helps me.
One other aspect I'd like to find out about, if we did become totally a private airport, we paid the FAA back the hundreds of millions of dollars, however much it was that they put into this. Would commercial airlines still fly into here, or would they want to? Or would they just say, well, it's too risky for us now, or whatever their thinking is?
That's a loaded question, right? Because you're asking me to put to get in the head of the CEO of the big three that are serving ASE, right? The answer that I would give you is that it depends. If you're totally private, what kind of deal are you negotiating with the airlines, right? What are you charging them in terms of fees? What are you promising them in terms of facilities? What restrictions are you trying to impose on them in terms of aircraft size? At the end of the day, it's going to come down to, will the economics work for the airlines? And I think that's especially true now in COVID world, where air travel has just been decimated. It continues to remain way down on a year-over-year basis, with them saying it's going to be several years before demand comes back. So they're looking at the bottom line, and I think it becomes an economic a purely economic decision for them as to whether they choose to serve the airport or not.
Particularly as they are, for the most part, public corporations with shareholders who have interests in ensuring that decisions are made on the basis of an economic return. And so I agree with Ben. If there is an economic incentive to fly to the airport, they would certainly consider it. You would naturally want to think about what standards are put in place or rules at the airfield in terms of its fees, fleets, seat capacity, things of that nature, which they would all have to add into it to determine whether or not it is in their economic best interest to serve the airfield.
Okay, thank you. I think we maybe have just about run out of questions, but there might still be more. Any commissioners have any more questions or comments you want to make while we have our legal experts here with us? Greg.
Okay, I think that this is theoretical, and I want to float this idea. Not sure I like it, but I feel like obligated to put it out there. If we were to engage you two to figure it out, how could we gain enough control over our airfield that we could put a fee on carbon, that we could limit flights at certain times of day or a certain type of aircraft? Would you be able to put together a proposal that we could take to the FAA to do that? And is it a fool's errand, or is it something? Because I haven't heard you say unequivocally that it's not possible here. I'm just wondering if it's a good idea. We'll have to decide that. But is it the sort of thing that you could do? Because I think that if we're not only interested in profit motive, which was the reason for privatizing all these other airports, we may have an argument and a perspective that works. We do have a very high ticket price to get here already. Airlines, we're told, we're the highest profit center for United Airlines for probably the shortest jump. I don't know how they quantify it, but I've heard it's costing you $1,000 to get here from Denver. We know they're making money and they like doing this. So what I'm wondering is, if profit's not our concern, might we be able to still make something that works here? And just a theoretical question, would that be something you guys would even take on?
Well, I would submit that, and I alluded to this earlier during our conversation here. I would submit that the way you would go about that would be a little bit different than what you described. Under the scenario you're describing, I could see it being a scenario where you say, okay, can we go to the FAA? Can we do X? No. Okay, back to the drawing board. Okay, now go back to the FAA. Can we do Y? No, can't do that. All right, go back to the drawing board. Okay, can we do Z? I would submit that you would want to flip that equation, and that what you would be better off doing is creating a list of what it is you would like to have, have some sort of priority to that list as to what's really, really important, what's moderately important, what's nice to have but not critical. And then bear in mind that the FAA is a taxpayer-funded public governmental agency. They are supposed to work for the people, and that what would be better to do is go to the FAA and say, this is our list of goals for the airport. How can we do this? How can we do this and work with you to achieve our goals while also achieving the FAA's goals of a safe airfield that provides access to commercial airlines and general aviation users and facilitates that access.
Ben and I have talked about this a little bit, and we're in complete agreement. And much of the reason is, if you think about the entities of the federal government The FAA, particularly in the Department of Transportation, is a bit unique because it is an operational agency. It does something. It runs something. And you don't find that a lot of times in the federal government and agencies. Obviously, you have the Department of Defense, which is an operational entity, and the Coast Guard and things like that. But it's not just a grant-making institution that's on the receiving end. They actually have a business process themselves. And so that mindset informs the FAA as to how it makes decisions, because they have to recognize that they too have to make things work. They have to get things done. And that requires oftentimes compromise, thinking outside the box, but within rule and regulation and statutory frameworks. And historically, the FAA has been accommodating as an institution in terms of having those kinds of conversations. There are some discussions as it relates to things like safety. They're just not going to move on, and frankly, we wouldn't want them to. But there are other things on operational issues where they might come back and say, well, if you tweak this, we could do this. And you think about, from an economy perspective, or economies of experience and intellect, the FAA manages, as I mentioned, that they opened 5,000 airports. They've seen everything. And there's not much that we're going to bring to them that's going to be novel or new. So I think we ought to be in a position of leveraging that information and experience that they have. You can line up every single aviation attorney that you could come across, and you still wouldn't have the depth of experience that resides at the FAA. So I think Ben's right. You'd sort of flip the equation around and say, okay, help us figure this out, rather than ping pong with them back and forth on an idea or several.
So Steve,
Thank you. That helps.
real quick.
Patty,
I think we were just issued a challenge to come up with a request to FAA that nobody's ever asked them before. And I think if any community can do that, it's this one. So let's work on that, but I think we need to work on what we're going to do next here. But you guys are great. Thank you so much. And you're in Washington, D.C., correct? Is that where you guys are now?
David's in Washington. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina.
That's right, you're in Charlotte. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us. It was great.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
This has been informative.
Thank you very much. It's really been helpful to us. Your expertise and your insights into these questions are tough ones. We are all generalists. We're not specialists in anything, so we rely on expert testimony on things. Kelly?
I just want to check in with John Ely to see if he thinks we missed anything based on what he's heard from us over a couple months or 2 years. You're muted, John.
You're muted,
Ely.
John.
I was guarding against a barking puppy. Earlier in the conversation, Kelly, perhaps I would have said that talking about this privatization aspect is a bit of a round peg in a square hole, where the goals and objectives can be articulated as something other than what is articulated by the Privatization Act. As David mentioned, when that was enacted in the 90s at some point, the idea was to increase the ability for development of airfields through private means and through private financing and through ultimately then private ownership of airfields as opposed to a public body or a public entity. And so to use the act to try to achieve a situation of a facility as Greg just said, this is what we want. We don't want to charge a carbon fee. We want to be able to regulate use on the airfield to a certain extent. Then, the vehicle of privatization is not the vehicle to choose, but rather to, if you want to explore what is possible to achieve the objectives that the board wants. So I think that from my observation that I think the board has hit on that. And to the extent the board can articulate that type of objective, then you can determine whether or not you want to
what you want to pursue it, or you want to have a discussion as to what would be involved in pursuing it.
And I would just add, that's really the purpose of the vision document. That's really the purpose of the vision document. At the end of the day, is trying to set that destination. Where do we want to be, so that we can be strategic in our conversations and not always jumping to the next thing that we hear might be a possibility. And that's where we really need to be with the FAA in this next discussion.
Great, thank you.
Are we ready to move to next steps?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I think so, John.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks,
Thank
David.
you, Ben and David. We really appreciate
very
your
much.
input.
Thank you, guys.
And I think we're going to be a little bit off our time, but not too bad. So as we had anticipated, we probably need an additional work session to come back on those final recommendations that we have not gotten staff or board guidance on, as well as any additional recommendations as came up today. We have a parking lot item. What we would suggest is that we set up another work session and get hopefully final direction from the board. That's really going to be up to the board. That would tee up a resolution and attached revised vision document and potentially airport layout plan. I think the question for the board is, the next step in public process. You could, take public comment as part of that resolution process, or we could look to set up another meeting, not unlike what we did at the beginning of this process, to take additional public feedback. And so I think if you generally agree that, yes, we need another work session, and that work session will tee up then where we're headed with the resolution, what we could use guidance on is what is the board's expectation in terms of additional opportunities for the public to weigh in, and the timing of that.
George?
Don, if and when we come up with a resolution, is that a two-step process or a one-step process?
Yeah, I think this would need to be a formal resolution as a matter of significant public interest, George. So I think it would be a two-read with a public hearing.
Okay, so for me, that would give the public the opportunity to provide input, just like we do with any of our land use issues. So I would utilize that as that timing, and then I would hope that we could try to put together our next special meeting, if everyone's around, maybe next Thursday or next Friday again in the morning.
Out of town.
Sorry, Kelly, I was looking at my calendar, not at a screen.
Oh, that's okay. George, I'm going to disagree with you again today.
All right.
I'd like to see us have another work session to wrap up our recommendations. And then I think from there, staff could get our kind of final draft to present to us, at which time I think we should take public comment. And so that would be a meeting between our work session and the first reading of the resolution. I think there's still considerable interest in public comment from some folks, and I would, this is I think, a once in 3 decades or 2 decades effort. And so I'm willing to give that the time that people would like. I would extend our public comment from 3 minutes up to 15 minutes and consider if people wanted to yield their time. But, you know, this to me, I think this is our last shot to really hear from the public to weigh in on all of our deliberations, because we've not had that. You know, we heard from the public in between the presentation of the Vision Committee's recommendations and our diving into each of these 15 recommendations. So I think there will be some feedback that we should consider before we move into the resolution process. So that might bookend our range of options here, George.
Steve?
Yeah, Patty.
I agree with Kelly, but I also disagree with Kelly. I agree that I would rather have the public comment after we've formalized, you know, where we want to go, and that the public knows they can come in and comment. But if we give 15 minutes, that's 4 people in an hour, and we could be there for 12 hours. I know we didn't have a lot of people come the last time, but a lot of people don't like having 3 minutes. So I think we need to come up with a more reasonable time frame, like 10. Then we can at least, you know, have, because I think 15 minutes, we should be prepared to have more than one public hearing, because I don't think we're going to want to sit there for multiple hours. You know, maybe people won't show up, but maybe if they know they get 15 minutes, they'll show up. So I think we need to be a little realistic on that. But I think we need to do another door hosier where people can come in person. I know that many members of the board might want it and might not want to do that, but I'm tired of having public comment on a big issue when we spend how much time with, are you muted, are you on, are you raise your hand, you know. I think we should try and do it the way we did at the beginning of this process. No videos, no slideshows, just good organized public comment.
I do think having both options would be my preference, because some people don't want to come in, or they don't feel safe, or Zoom access gives them the opportunity that might.
Well, can we Zoom from the door hosier?
Probably. I think we'd have to,
I think
to
both,
look at that.
in person or.
I don't know much about the room, but I'm sure we can figure it out.
So we may be able to do a combined process somehow, and or
I don't
two
have a
different
problem with that.
opportunities. Our room here is set up well for it. That's, I think, the challenge. We would have to do some research for door hosier.
Well, I think we might have time. As for next week, I'm out of town. I'm not back until the 26th, and then we have a meeting the 27th, the 28th, and 29th.
George?
So, Patty, would you have the ability to zoom in, just like we're zooming in here from wherever?
No, I don't have the ability to zoom in from where I'm going to be. I mean, that is time dedicated. I'm not going to go down there and spend 4 hours when that's the time I'm going there to visit with my mother.
Just asking the question.
Okay, not doing well.
Just asking the question.
But I'm free on Halloween. We can all come in.
Or how about 29th before EOTC?
We could do that. I don't know how long our agenda is on the 18th. We think we just added a bunch of things to it. But it doesn't look as significant as this past regular meeting agenda. I can do it we can do it the morning of the EOTC, or we can do it on the 30th.
So we're talking the 29th then?
Or the 30th.
In the morning, or the 30th?
We have EOTC from 4 to 6.
I'm going to do whatever you guys tell me to, so it's really up to you to come up with.
29th works.
29th?
29th in the morning?
Or
So we have 2 for the 29th in the morning? Is that 3? I think Steve and George, does that work for you? Yeah?
No.
Either the 29th in the morning or the 30th, also in the morning, because we have our agenda meeting in the afternoon. So either one of those mornings works for me. Also, I like Kelly's idea of having a work session, which would be a public hearing, an in-person one where people could Zoom in if they can't be there in person. I think 15 minutes is too long. If someone has that much material they want to get to us, it should be in a written form. But 3 minutes is too short, and I would be willing to entertain 5 or 10 minute public comment at that time. I think would be appropriate. We heard a lot from the public at our last attempt. The 3 minutes was, I think, clearly too short of a time for them. Some people only took 2 minutes. Other people had, you know, a little more extensive comments. So, and then I would do the two-step. At that point, after that public hearing, last work session, then go to the two-step resolution process, at which time there would be public comment would be allowed at that, but that would only be the 3 minute public comment like we do normally. So that's how I would proceed. George, you had your hand up.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think 5 minutes is ample time. You know, you talk for 5 minutes, that's a long time period. And otherwise, yeah, you'll get into videos, you'll get into graphs, you'll get into studies. And we know the people that want to do that. But back to Kelly's point, this is not a once in 30 decade opportunity. This is the ability to comment on a vision recommendation that as if this process continues, there's going to be multiple opportunities for public to weigh in on many different facets of this vision statement.
Greg?
I really appreciate how John wrapped it up, John Peacock wrapped it up. That really what we're doing is we're validating that we had a vision process that was extremely useful, and it was worth the effort. The new thing for me here today is that it's still possible, working with the FAA, we may come to the conclusion with the FAA that privatization could be a facet of this vision. And that's what's new to me here today. It's not an either or. It's not a poison pill of any sort. It's that, hey, we still have these concerns we're trying to make. We've, you know, going back to the Vision Committee's final recommendation, the if-then. If you can get the FAA to cooperate on air quality and noise and, you know, these things, the fleet mix and the airlines to do it, then we should go through with these recommendations. What I'm hearing is that privatization may not be the right term. The FAA may take a different stance on this, but all of the elements that we want are still in that. And it was really good to have this conversation with these guys today, because I think I understand privatization a lot better, and I'm not convinced that it's you know, it's something that's just completely out of the realm of possibility. So I would like to have someone explore that as we go forward, so we really understand, okay, what would it really mean to ask the FAA about the ability to put a carbon fee on, first and foremost, and then we've got the rest of the other items on the list that are just as important. And I know you guys have been doing this for years, so pardon my naivete, but I didn't come away from this meeting with these consultants saying, well, that's just not going to happen, or it's not going to work. They described a criteria regarding profit motive, and certainly that plays a role here, but it's not our primary goal, is to make this airport more profitable. So I would just like to have someone with an innovative process include some of these ideas, you know, maybe but with a different spin is all we're getting here. to be part of the conversation going forward. How will our vision process and our presentation and proposal to work with the FAA change based on what we've learned today? And maybe others didn't hear what I heard, but I think I found some possibilities. The FAA is willing to forgive loans, or it's not that we have to pay all the money back if we become private. And that is something I learned today.
Steve, can I make a comment?
Patty?
Greg, I think a lot of the things you're thinking about we can do with working with FAA without having to privatize. I'm not willing to spend 5, 10, 12 years and 15, 16, 17 million dollars to go through a process. I think the best thing we can do is come up with a plan and a vision, and then figure out how we can create a relationship with FAA to work together to accomplish those mutual goals. And I think that a lot of the things we're thinking that are out of the box, I think are going to be coming more and more in the box, out of the box, for airports. Because,
good point.
And so I think that's the best way for us to put our energy and our time and our funds, is to creating that relationship and working together to accomplish a mutual goal that I think will have support from the community and move forward on. I'm hoping.
I
think we
share
will.
your goal there, Patty. That
Yeah.
sounds good.
So I would agree with Patty. I don't think we should pursue privatization at this time. It sounds like we wouldn't achieve what we wanted to achieve in the end by doing that. And the process of going through it would be so incredibly costly and take so much time. And we, in the end, wouldn't gain what we
Everyone
wanted
can
to
see your
achieve.
email, I think.
Now,
Your email is
I
on the screen.
really like the suggestion to make our list of what we want to achieve, take that to the FAA, and maybe it's part of our ASE vision thing, and then we go to the FAA with our list of things and say, what's the best way for us to achieve this? Now, in the end, they might say, well, you need to privatize to accomplish this, and at that point, then the privatization could be reconsidered if that's what the FAA recommends. There might be, I think there are probably other ways we can achieve some of them, and I think, as Patty said, some of these things are new ideas now, but they're going to become the norm in aviation industry going forward, and an easy thing to put stuff into effect going forward in the future. So
It'll be the
that's
norm by the
how
time we get out of the meeting.
I take away from today.
Yeah.
So further comments at this point in time? I think we covered a lot of good ground today, got a lot of good information. I'm really happy that, we had our 4 expert people come and, give their input to us, that we really can benefit from that.
I learned a lot today. It was good. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. I know this is another long meeting reviewing what's been a long and complicated document and set of recommendations, but I think we're getting close to being able to get direction from the board, and we will work on getting this next set of meetings set up. I think we've gotten enough direction. We will check our understanding of the public input process at our next meeting with all of you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
And that's all we've got for you
See you
today.
guys on Tuesday, right?
Thank you, everybody.
You're a man of infinite patience.
No, thank you, guys. It's a lot of work.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good
Some of us
weekend.
will talk to you later on for our agenda review later this afternoon.
Thank you, grassroots. Thanks, everyone watching at
In an
home.
hour, actually. You guys.
I told my dog I would be home. What?